fucking thing.
We must also realize that the problems of racial injustice and economic injustice cannot be solved without a radical redistribution of political and economic power.
I'm tired. I'm here. My throat is rough. Fucking, I was up all morning. Dude, I got no sleep. I got 90 minutes, maybe. Yesterday was weird. Yeah, yesterday was fucking weird. I slept through the day. Like, I just slept the day away. And I woke up at, like, I don't know, 10:30, 11:30 at night or something like that. And then just couldn't sleep again, of course, until, ideally, I'd be falling asleep right around, I would have fallen asleep around, 3:30, maybe 4 p.m. And I'd just be asleep until, 11 at night or something like that. But, oh my God. Yeah, preach, Bobby. Preach. Fucking Bobby and I rocking the same schedule. Hi, Rev. How the fuck do you... Alright, hang on. Let me rectify that right out of the gate. Community. There. Done. Jack. It'll do that. Oh, what was that? Yeah, it's tier 2 as usual. Hey. Whew. Thank you, Karina. Oh, man. Y'all making me stream on Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday. Fucking. This feels against the dream. I almost called today off. I almost did the something nobody wants to hear from a white boy on MLK Day. No, I'm not free at last. But yeah, I used to open every podcast, every stream with that MLK clip. That was the intro to Proudly Radical for a year. Yeah.
We must also realize that the problems of racial injustice and economic injustice cannot be solved without a radical redistribution of political and economic power.
Oops, I need to put that way. Now, if you go back and listen to any of the old podcast episodes, it's the intro. That was the intro for, like I said, about a year. But on Twitch, I'd probably get charged with appropriation or some shit like that. Oh, God. First shake of the day. Bobby. Yeah. Casino industry don't sleep. No days off in the casino industry. Oh, my throat's scratchy. I think I laid flat. Like, I know that seems like insane, but like if I lay flat, my like I've got gastrointestinal stuff and just a little bit of acid in my throat, and it's a nightmare. Forgive me now if I end up canceling this stream like an hour and a half or 2 hours in or some shit like that and just calling it, because this could be a thing. Crix again? Thank you, Wither. Again, Crix? How? There's like 3 people in Alaska. What'd you do? Who are you around? Why don't you have... Wait, you are vaccinated, right, Crix? It means you've had it, and now you're vaccinated and you have it again. Jesus Christ, you... Man, what's going on up there? Oh, there's so many fucking things that I could talk about. Dude, it kicked off. Fucking Ukraine is gonna be a thing. Ukraine's gonna be a thing, y'all. Ukraine's already a thing. Like, forget it's gonna be a thing. It is a thing. Canada's gonna build a small arms ammunition factory in Ukraine. Britain's sending a ship. Finland, no, the Dutch. The Dutch are sending a fucking ship. Like it's kicking off. Like this shit, it's a thing. It's officially like it's a thing. Yeah. Like there seems to be some level of NATO response at this point. Yeah, not officially since we're not doing it, but yeah, it's a thing. Oh, I'm sorry, Crix. Yeah, the British are airdropping weapon supplies, like weapon caches into Ukraine already. Cheese beast. Yeah, ever since the annexation of Crimea, or the illegal occupation of Crimea, Crimson. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I mean, Fertus, you're gonna have Dutch on the ground pretty soon. You're gonna have Canadians on the ground pretty soon. I mean, you're not too far off. Dig, they're in the same neck of the woods as far as as far as scale goes for someone from the U.S. Yeah, same area. No, not in this case, Wither. Not in this case. In this case, actually, the praxis is like pick a fucking side, and if you pick Russia, holy fuck, what's wrong with you? Nah. Any anti-war action on this one, would have to be taken on the side of like Russian. Like you'd have to be a Russian anti-war activist to make a difference, which it's not going to make a difference. So at this one, when this kind of shit kicks off, there's not much you can do with it. This is being done at the behest of a nut job. This is Putin. This is Putin. This is the Russian oligarchy. This is Russian top level political maneuvers. This isn't something that, like, you know, no, we won't go. No. Shut the fuck up. Right? Like, this isn't the kind of thing you can anti-war action your way out of. The anti-war action side of this is pretty much Ukrainian militants, Ukrainian national militants, like, resisting Russian incursions on their sovereign soil. So, yeah. Also, they got to watch that border for twos. They need access to that sea. There's a demographical collapse happening, like, as we speak, for Russia. And they don't have the engineering, the technology. They don't have, dude, fucking they stopped all of the USSR's educational and, like, journeyman and apprenticeship programs, and then they just let that language. There's a whole host of bullshit going on. Either way, just know this is Russia. This is Russia. Yeah, there ain't nothing you can protest your way into, out of, or around on this one. Whether this honestly, as much as Putin saber rattles and says shit like, you know, NATO and NATO involvement, or U.S. Slow U.S. invasion of Ukraine, legitimately, this one isn't on us. It's on Russia. God, I'm just fucking... Dude, I'm just over it. Should we do some King quotes before we move on? Like, I kind of feel like it's appropriate, and we should. Oh. I feel weird. Here's the thing. Here's my issue. I feel weird talking about King. I'm just a white boy. Right? Like, I feel like that should be somebody else's deal today. Like, I think we should recognize today's Martin Luther King Jr. Day in the U.S., like, at the federal level. And that, like, righties and conservatives that are, like, placating and fucking paying lip service to are a bunch of fucking assholes and should be smacked around a little bit, probably. But, like, I feel like the topic of King and the discussion of Dr. King should be, like, left to somebody of, like, a person of color, maybe. Like, I think it'd be weird for a white boy to sit here and, like, do a Martin Luther King Jr. lecture in today's, like, you know, climate, atmosphere, whatever. Especially given that it's not, like, my specific area of expertise. Right? If I were a King scholar, it'd be one thing. It's like, yeah, I'm a white boy, but, you know, I did my fucking doctoral dissertation on, you know, Dr. King's social action and public policy influence or something like that. Like, okay, I get it. But, like, I think it's weird. I think it's a little weird if I did a piece on Dr. King. So we could do a few of his lesser known quotes that are a little more firebrand. So it'd be on brand for the channel at least. But he was a radical. Dr. King was a radical. And he has the suggestions by the FBI to kill himself to prove. So, we've talked about it before, Dig, just like not on MLK Day. We've talked about that at length. Whether, I'm not prepared to do it with her, so it doesn't matter. It's not going to happen. Kai doesn't, if Kai doesn't do his homework, he doesn't do the homework assignment. I'm not the kind of crunch like 3 minutes before class. I just like, nah, I didn't do my homework. But I will do a few quotes. We can do these in chronological order, possibly. I am convinced that capitalism has seen its best days in America, and not only in America, but in the entire world. It is a well-known fact that no social institute can survive when it has outlived its usefulness. This capitalism has done. It has failed to meet the needs of the masses. That was Dr. King in 1951 calling for the end of capitalism, or at least perceiving and predicting the end of capitalism. Maybe wishing he could will it into existence. So, what kind of radical are you? Second Oxford English Dictionary definition, fundamental or systemic change, especially that within a political system. So there you go. That's what kind of radical I am. It's all broken, toss it out, start over. I'm not that, I actually advocate for a methodology I refer to as Thucydian methodology, but that's not for today's discussion. 1966, King. We're saying that something is wrong with capitalism. There must be better distribution of wealth, and maybe America must move towards a democratic socialism. Dr. King, 1966, DemSoc. It's 267. We must recognize that we can't solve our problem now until there is a radical redistribution of economic and political power. This means a revolution of values and other things. We must see now that the evils of racism, economic exploitation, and militarism are all tied together. You can't really get rid of one without getting rid of the others. The whole structure of American life must be changed. America is a hypocritical nation, and we must put our house in order. I'm well aware of what Cody does. Well, then you're not really you're not going to find yourself too welcome around here. We welcome disparate views and ideologies, and we welcome discussion between them. Trailhead, thanks for the sub. But I'll tell you, we are anarchists by and large, and so authoritarianism of any kind is going to be highly critiqued, mocked, laughed at, and generally derided. Cody does good work. Good work. Yeah, Cody doesn't follow the modern internet policy of 10-minute snippets. Cody Shody. Yes, I'm well aware and peripherally involved. I don't talk about that aspect though. 1967 as well. And one day we must ask the question, why are there 40 million poor people in America? And when you begin to ask that question, you're raising questions about the economic system, about a broader distribution of wealth. When you ask that question, you begin to question the capitalistic economy. And I'm simply saying that more and more. We've got to begin to ask questions about the whole society. 1968. If America does not use her vast resources of wealth to end poverty and make it possible for all of God's children to have the basic necessities of life, she too will go to hell. So, there. That's the extent I'm comfortable. Like we'll pay homage to. We'll use some of oh yeah, whether that was 1967. But I think for deeper introspection, deeper discussion of Dr. King's works, I'll leave that to some of the other people of color, the streamers who are more directly touched, more directly involved, whose lived experiences speak more to what Dr. King spoke to. So we'll leave it at that. Let's see what we got. Oh yeah, fucking fire. Yeah, it was a good year for billionaires. Did our Scott troll leave? I mean, he wrote a lot of shit, Karina, and a lot of his speeches, like, not a lot of what was probably lost to history was a lot of those small speeches, a lot of those firebrand lectures that he gave to churches in small towns across the South when he was really starting to whip up the sort of the fervor. I'm sure some of those speeches in some of those small town churches and town halls and homes were impressive. He was a hell of a speaker. He knew how to motivate people. He knew how to move people to action. And he was studied in that classic Southern Baptist minister mode of speech or oration, right? He had a rhythm. He had the patter. So he was very good at what he did. Yeah. My culture? What? My culture is a global culture. I count myself a citizen of the world. My culture is human culture. I feel a part of and included in everyone's culture. We've all drawn inspiration. We've all drawn on trade. We've all drawn on intermarriage. We've all drawn on immigration. I don't see a individual culture. I see a global, ever-shifting, ever-in-flux, dynamic human culture that is constantly traded and exposed to new things and just inverted, flipped on its head. Yeah, that doesn't... Do I care? No. Not in the way you do. No, not at all. I do think it would be fun to talk to you, though. Do you want to come on air and speak to me? Tell me your story. Extremist, tell me your story. Come on air and tell me your story. How did you arrive at the position that you arrived at? What makes you you? Hey, Mosh. And I thank Trailhead. I just want to make sure. Yeah. I've recently become really curious about what makes authoritarians authoritarians. I want to know about you. Oh my God. Like literally right above you. %, man. Or 45 or whatever the fuck the number is. Either way. Man, our reading comprehension in this country needs work. %. Thank you, Walata. Like I said, still waking up. Brain is not fully booted yet. Yeah, it'll be fun. Let's talk to him. Oh, did y'all see is Caboose here? Caboose, did you see the meme on fucking Reddit? Neil Breen is officially meme material. Somebody officially started using Neil Breen as fucking meme material, and I think it's gonna catch on. It's a good format. I mean, try and get... Dude, Reddit's video server is slow as fuck right now. But all of the bad movie night veterans will recognize this scene immediately.
I can't believe you committed suicide. I cannot believe you committed suicide. How could you have done this? How could you have committed suicide?
I was super happy to see it. I'm like, yes, more of this. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. Bets? Do we have bets? I need you to count to 5, please, so I can get your audio check done.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Grazie. Fair enough.
My voice, so I do have COVID.
I'm sorry, what?
I have COVID, so sorry if my voice sounds kind of weird.
Fair enough. So tell me your story, man. Where are you from? What's your deal?
I am from Canada.
Canuckian. East Coast, West Coast, or mid-country?
Well, I'm from Ontario.
Fair enough. Not to put it down to too fine of a detail, how young or old are we talking? We talking boomer? We talking fucking zoomer? We talking somewhere in between?
Zoomer.
Fair enough. So, are you just memeing, or do you actually believe what you say?
Well, I believe that us as humans, we have an intrinsically, or I don't know if I would describe it like that. I think we have an inherently sinful nature. And I think that will manifest unless held under control by a structure.
I find interest in the terminology you choose. Sinful.
Right.
What informs the choice of verbiage on that?
Sorry, could you elaborate a little bit more? I don't know if
Why sinful? Why did you choose the word sinful? Are you approaching it from a theological perspective, or are you just merely using that as a stand-in word for criminal deviant?
Like sexual deviants, degenerates or theologically sinful. Yeah, any of those work.
Okay. So can I presume that you are Christian?
Yeah.
Fair enough. What's bad about sin?
Well, about sin, if we go along with the assumption that my religion is the correct one.
It's a big assumption, but I'll allow it.
Yeah, if we go along with that assumption, well, I could go into the cumulative case for why, but I don't know if you want to get into that on stream.
I'm fine with it. We have 31 or 32, I forget which count we're at, ordained ministers in community, including myself. I've been an ordained minister for, it's 19, 20 years now, something like that.
Yeah. Well, I would say sin would be an example of a morally negative thing to do.
What informs your moral system? Is it purely biblical?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So that would beg a few questions, actually.
Yeah.
One, how are you certain that your morals are the right morals?
Well, I already sort of told you this. I have a cumulative case for why I think my religion is the correct one. I don't know if we want to get into the terminology of objectivity and why I think my religion is objectively correct. But what I would certainly say that my religion is the correct one at the very least.
Okay, I want the previous. I don't give a shit about the secondary one. I want you to make a case for your religion, which I'm going to ask some very specific questions then. What type of Christian are you?
What kind of Christian am I?
Mm-hmm.
I would say my culture as a Christian is very European based or westernized European based. Um, the denomination that I go to for my church is a Nazarene Apostolic Church. So we are Anabaptist, meaning that we have certain traditions when it comes to baptism. We're very anti-Catholic. We're not Catholic whatsoever. So that's a brief description, and I don't know if I want to get into the terminology specifically for that kind of stuff because it would make for a very long conversation. There's a very extensive history behind the denomination of the church I attend, but that's my description of the kind of Christian I would say is in a brief outline of what I am.
So
Um,
how can you argue or attempt to, not how can you, but attempt to argue for the objective morality and the objective truth that is your religion? Convince me.
okay, so I would make the argument that if God were to exist, he would have to be transcendent of time, and he would be able to tell the future since he lives in the past, present, and future. Because that's what it would mean to be transcendent of time. It would mean to exist in all facets of time and outside of time itself. And I would argue that if someone were to live outside of time and in all facets of time, that would also mean that they can tell the future through prophecy and stuff like that. I would also say that there are very specific prophecies in the Bible, which are demonstrably, I would say, impossible without a God.
Such as?
Um, okay, a good example of a prophecy, which I would argue is impossible without a God, is a prophecy in the 9th chapter of Daniel. It's most notably referred to as the 70 weeks prophecy. And essentially, this prophecy, basically down to the very last year, predicts the year Jesus Christ would die on, um, about 700 years before he was born. So that's a pretty impressive prophecy, if you ask me. I can go into the specifics for you if you want me to.
Sure. I would love to know how a retconned text wrote a prophecy in the past.
A retcon?
Yes, retroactive continuity. The Bible was written after Jesus' death.
The Old Testament was not.
Okay, so I'm looking at the sum of the matter on the 70 Sabbath years prophecy. Go for it. I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, so the 70 weeks prophecy, it's in the book of Daniel, which was written 700 years before Jesus Christ. The Bible, the entirety of it wasn't written after Jesus Christ. That's specifically the New Testament. Um, and you can even go as far as to look at the Masoretic text, which Bibles like the KJV derive their messages from and their translation from, which was gathered and collected by a bunch of Orthodox Jews. Um, so essentially, the 70 weeks prophecy, there is a ton of context you have to get behind before you can properly understand it. And I'm just going to dive straight into that, I guess. So a piece of continuity that we need to understand is what the 70 weeks in and of themselves are and what the text itself says. If you want, you can bring up the 70 weeks prophecy up for yourself and read it out. I can type it into your chat for you or text you
I'm looking
what
at
the Bible verses are. So I'm not
it's
deductive.
Daniel chapter 9 verses 24 to 27.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
You can read through it. I read out of the KJV, so you can
So how do you
Go-
account for linguistic drift?
Linguistic drift.
Mhm.
So are you referring to the change of the English language over time?
I'm referring to the multitude of linguistic changes over time, and then the unaccounted translations, and then the various committees, councils, and charlatans that have participated or had a hand in the alteration of these texts over the course of thousands of years.
So your argumentation here is, I would say, very, very flawed because the KJV wasn't altered over the course of thousands of years. It was written in the 1500s to 1600s, and the only editations or adaptations that have ever really been made for it was to account for like very specific lettering changes, like the letter J, which was later on added into there. So that I wouldn't say it was
Y'all couldn't even
altered.
account for a mistranslation from the Greek to the English, let alone the Germanic check on that Greek.
The Germanic?
Here's the deal. Old Testament mistranslation, arsenokotai. Do you know what this term is? Do you know what it means? Do you know how it got mistranslated into English?
What specifically is being mistranslated here?
Arsenokotai. It's a Greek word. And the priest that did the transliteration from the Greek text into the English text mistranslated one key word. And you can cross-check this and reference it with the Germanic Bibles, which are older than both texts. And you can see what the original intended definitional meaning behind the Greek term arsenokotai, which was the Greek word that informed the English translation, actually was. And it fundamentally changes the reading of a very important passage in the Old Testament.
So are you implying that... Wait, sorry, that makes absolutely no sense, actually, because the Old Testament was written in only Aramaic and Hebrew. It wasn't written in Greek.
It was written in many different languages, and many of those languages were used to create the English language versions.
I'm pretty sure you're talking about a different revision of the Bible. I'm talking about the KJV specifically here. I don't know exactly. Can you like point out verse where this specific word is mistranslated in the KJV?
Yes.
Yeah, because this.
Are you familiar with Leviticus?
Yes, I'm familiar with some of it.
Okay. Are we familiar with the passage that says man shall not lay with man?
Yeah.
Are we familiar with the Greek term arsenokotai?
I'm talking about from the Hebrew to English or the
and
English contemporary of KJV.
You can check with the original translations from Hebrew or Aramaic, but also the Germanic Bible, which was a contemporary Bible of the time.
I'm not talking about the Germanic Bible. That has nothing to do with this.
Yeah, again, the word is very important, and the translations and the mistranslations that the English language scholars used and proliferated out continue to this day. The word was supposed to be pederasty. It was man shall not lay with boy.
No, it wasn't. The original word in Hebrew was, and I'll spell this out in the English alphabetical way. It's Zakar. That's the Hebrew word, and that means male. That's what it originally was. It basically means male shall not sleep with male, as he does with women. And it wouldn't make the contrast with women if it wasn't talking about specifically the sex here.
No, yeah, it would, actually, because the Hebrews had a little issue with fucking animals. That's why they have the whole bestiality passages, and thou shalt not lay with animal as you shall woman as well. You need that contrast, actually, for that discussion.
Right, but that's a very specifically different thing right there.
So how is this objective? How is this objective reality? By the way, how is this how is this natural law?
Something here about no. Listen here. I hear you saying something about Germanic and Greek text, but that has absolutely nothing to do with the original Hebrew texts being translated into the KJV contemporary of English.
Except the scholars that did these translations, in fact, did use, and we have testimony from one of the theologian scholars who did the translation, and they
Okay,
did
what year was this?
Dude, I'm just waking up. I'm not pulling any of my
I'm
resources
just saying,
right now.
if this is any time after the 1600s, like the 15th century, then this means, or the 15th century, 16th century, or 17th century, this means absolutely nothing, right? It would mean nothing because
Well,
that has nothing to do with the
here's a
KJV translation.
fun big picture for you. The Bible is made up. It's not historical text. It's not an objective truth. The tales told in it were told hundreds and thousands of years prior by multiple civilizations from Egypt to Persia and all across the Middle East. And there really isn't an original story in the Bible to speak of. So to build a moralistic system and a claim to objective truth or reality out of a series of fictional texts that have linguistic drift problems, translation problems, manipulation problems, corruption problems, and just generally shit fuckery on every level across every religious group throughout time is sort of an interesting claim to make. And that's kind of my point, is your text for your moral system, which you claim to have objective truth from, has a lot of fucking problems, my man.
No, that's not true whatsoever. You haven't actually addressed why linguistic drift would be an issue, nor have you addressed how Greek or Germanic texts have anything to do with
have you ever
Hebrew to English.
Have you ever seen a translated document from one language to another, and how context and cultural cues and contemporary idiomatic language doesn't really translate very well? And that's in a modern context. You imagine doing that over 2,000 years worth of translations?
No, I have seen documents on certain translations one for one. I don't know how this would be a problem if you're just translating from a language to another.
Really? Because are you multilingual? Okay, that's a no. That's a no. That's a no. So here's the thing. Anybody who speaks multiple languages will tell you that there's all sorts of language that doesn't directly translate. All sorts of terms, phrases, common language terms.
Can you give me an example?
Yeah, I can. Any idiomatic phrase in the English language. Dead as a doornail.
Okay.
Doesn't translate to Spanish. You can translate it directly, but it doesn't mean the same thing. You can get the words from English to Spanish, but it doesn't mean Hebrew. Dead as a doornail in Spanish.
I'm speaking specifically about the Hebrew and Greek translation over to the English language. How would that be? Can you give me an example of that? And I'm pretty sure there are certain ways to account for this as well.
Except they didn't.
How specifically? Can you give me an example?
Let me get you some Greek idioms.
Also,
I ate the world to find you.
Also, you asked me on
I ate the world to find you.
Sorry, what?
I ate the world to find you.
Okay.
It's a Greek idiom translated into English that makes no sense in English, but it makes perfect sense in Greek.
Okay.
Your
Can
eyes.
You tell me the original cultural significance.
Your eyes. 14.
Can you tell me of the original cultural significance of this?
Okay, your eyes, 14. It's a turn of phrase used in Greek culture to tell you to be wary, to be cautious, and to be suspicious of new individuals.
Okay, so don't you think that if you see something like that you don't quite understand, that you can just look back on the original language and it would make a whole lot more sense? Isn't that how Bible study works?
Do you think they did that level of due diligence with their translations when attempting to build a system of manipulation and social control?
I don't think it was social control.
Really? Because I'm pretty sure the majority of what the church is involved in is, well, finance scams and social hierarchy.
I think you're speaking specifically about the Catholic Church.
No, I'm speaking about the Protestants too, of which you're descended.
I'm not. I'm not associated with
Anabaptist sects are classified under Protestant heading, and you know it as well as I do.
Yeah, I know it. But I don't associate.
I don't
with,
care who
the
you
other
associate
Protestant
with. The Catholics and the Protestants have had their hands all over those Bibles for years and years and years.
No, I wouldn't say specifically the. I wouldn't say that they could have corrupted the KJV Bible. After it was written, I think that would actually be impossible.
Really? What do you think of
Yeah.
prosperity? What do you think of prosperity gospel?
Can you explain that? I don't think I've heard of it.
How do you not know what prosperity gospel is?
I think I might know what it is, but I don't know the specific title.
It is the retelling and reframing of biblical passages to prove in, shall we say, modern times that if one is poor, it is because one is weak with your connection to God. And if one is rich, then one is strong with your connection to God. It is used to justify the likes of Kenneth Copeland and prosperity gospel preachers who preach out of mega churches and have multiple private planes. It's also associated with seed faith.
Well, I think it would be best if we would properly not associate my denomination with those corrupt ones.
But you just said it couldn't be corrupted. But you just You just said it couldn't be corrupted, and I demonstrated it clearly can be.
Well, no, not actually, because
and you acquiesced to it by calling them corrupted.
I acquiesced?
Dude, the Bible and its teachings through teachers can be easily corrupted within a single Bible sitting or a single study session, let alone across a time frame of something like 2,000 years. I can do it.
All it takes is to look a little bit into it and you'll find the truth.
The truth is that the story of Jesus is copied from the ancient Egyptians 1-to-1.
Oh, okay. I think I've heard of this before. Which of these fictional characters do you think Jesus Christ is plagiarized from?
Horus.
Horus?
Mm-hmm.
So Horus was nailed to a cross and resurrected 3 days later?
Yes.
And he had 12 disciples?
Yep.
Did you know that is just... And here's the thing. I've done a little bit of research specifically on this whole Horus comparison. It is absolutely unfounded upon anything. Horus did not have 12 disciples, and that is just something that somebody made up.
Born of the Virgin Isis, birthday is on December 25th. Eastern Star led 3 wise men to him when he was born, taken to Egypt to escape the wrath of Typhon, taught in the temple as a child, baptized by Anoop the baptizer at 30.
Stop gish galloping here and address what I'm saying here. Do you have an original source from these? I'm saying, do you have a specific source from these original religions that cites Horus was born on December 25th, which isn't even necessarily a trait of Jesus Christ? Do you have a specific source that, he had 12 disciples? And, I'm not doing this whole thing about, well, do you have a source on this? But you're making these unfounded claims, and I find it kind of hard to believe considering I've done a little bit of research on this myself and found out that it's completely unfounded, and it's just a claim. That's all it is. It's literally like me saying, Star Wars copy from Star Trek or something like that, or something along the lines of that. It's just unfounded.
Except it's not.
So can you give me an original religious source that Horus had all of these traits by which the Christians came in and copied from.
If I gave them to you, could you read them?
I would read, yeah.
You read ancient Egyptian?
Well, if there's some form of, well, how are you getting this information from
Because
this ancient
you,
Egyptian
like
yourself?
I, have to rely on scholars who translate, because you don't read Aramaic or Hebrew, and I don't read ancient Egyptian.
Okay, so how exactly, though, are you getting this from that?
University of Texas, with a professor who is specialized in Cairo studies, will do the Egyptian myth of creation for you if you want.
Okay, I can come back on your stream after I read this, because I
That
don't
won't be
know
happening.
necessarily.
We don't give
Sorry,
too
what?
much. That won't be happening. We don't give too much airtime to authoritarians. But I was feeling generous today. I still haven't seen the objective truth.
Right, because I didn't get to properly and the fullest extent get to explain the Daniel prophecy.
Okay, keep going then.
So basically,
Even if
in-
it is granted to be 100% true, by the way, the Daniel prophecy, why should I care?
why should you care
Yes.
that this guy supernaturally predicted the most influential historical event that has ever happened?
I don't think it's the most influential historical event to have ever happened, frankly.
Really, the death of Jesus Christ?
No.
You don't think that the birth of the most widespread religion is a historically significant moment?
They don't even have the per capita win historically.
Hello?
Yeah. They don't even have the per capita win, and as multiple people have pointed out, he was a literal nobody in his time. The significance was added later, not contemporarily.
Okay, where are you getting this from?
How impactful was Jesus Christ in, say, I don't know, sub-Saharan Africa or ancient China, or amongst indigenous communities across Pan-Asia or the South Pacific or the New World during this time? He was a non-event on a global scale. His importance was added post
No,
hoc.
it was a pretty big event.
Oh, so the indigenous people of North America write tales of Jesus, do they?
No.
Oh, interesting. So it didn't reach the New World. How about sub-Saharan Africa? They talk about him?
I don't know.
Okay, so not so much. How about Southeast Asia?
Maybe some evangelicals got to there later.
Okay, so basically the entirety of the world, sans a small portion of it, wasn't in on this most important event, and all importance was added post hoc, not contemporarily to Jesus.
Well, I would say that the subsequent effects that can be attributed to the death of Jesus Christ would be of a huge amount of significance, both in terms of their the white race, say, for their culture, or the
He
Jewish
wasn't
race
white.
and their culture and
He
religion.
wasn't white. He wasn't white.
I literally just said to you in terms of white and Jewish culture, because the white race, they did take on more of a Christian approach to their culture.
You do realize that Christians are in the minority globally, right?
Okay.
They account for 31% of the population, at most.
So here's the thing. This is my problem with you right now. You have a really, really big problem when it comes to staying on topic, because I did say that I was gonna go into and explain this whole Daniel 70 weeks prophecy to you in the book of Daniel, but it turns out that you directly cut me off, deployed your red herring, and decided to say, okay, I'm just gonna divert the attention of this kid
Mhm.
over to something that he's not even trying to talk about. He's
Mhm.
trying to explain to
Because
me
it's rubbish.
a prophecy. This guy's trying to explain to me a prophecy in the
What?
book of Daniel, and I'm just not gonna listen. I'm gonna say, I'll just let you explain it in the fullest extent. And then as soon as I go into it, you just go, well, even if this is true, and then you go into a whole different thing. It's just sort of ridiculous, and it seems like you don't want to believe it, and that's the reason why you don't let me, finish up a thought ever.
Yeah, I don't see why I should let somebody who's functionally an authoritarian racist who wants a
A
theological.
racist?
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
A
yeah. Oh,
racist?
yeah, the killing off of the white culture and all of that bullshit that you immediately rolled in with. Yeah.
Wait, what did I say? What? Wait, are you talking about this? Are you talking about the chat on Twitch?
Hmm.
I didn't say white culture.
Whose culture then?
I just said your culture.
What's my culture?
I don't know.
Ah, yeah, interesting. There's a little temp there. So,
Well, even if white culture is being killed off, how is that inherently racist?
how is it a bad thing?
Well, I'm saying, how is me saying that racist?
Because it's not.
It's not racist?
Because it's not being killed off.
Well, that's not true at all. Do you think the culture that
What is
the
white
United
culture?
States the I'm saying, do you consider the culture that the United States during its founding, its traditional culture at that contemporary time, maybe the first 50 years of its founding, that it was predicated upon, in terms of its white culture? Do you think that do you honestly feel that that culture is still intact?
Why would I want it to be?
I'm not asking if you want it to be. I'm asking, do you? Because here's the thing, you're placing down a red herring again, and I understand this is sort of a debate tactic. You're trying to get me onto something that you feel more comfortable within the regards of. I'm asking, how is me saying that racist?
The great replacement or the white replacement theory is a common dog whistle, is spread about and used by racists in our society,
Okay.
especially amongst evangelicals such as yourself.
Okay. First of all, I would just like to explain something to you. I did not even cite that theory or anything. I want you to go off of what I said specifically. Okay. What about what I said is racist?
It's a dog whistle, and everybody in chat caught it. Literally.
Okay. What? That wasn't even the intent, man. Come on.
So, what is my culture that's being replaced, and why should I care? If it's not white
Well,
culture, because you've specified white, the white race, numerous times with your intent surrounding your moralistic system built out of Christianity. So if it isn't the white race and the white culture that's being replaced, what exactly is the culture that I should care about that's being replaced?
well, I think cultural unity is a pretty important thing in order to circumvent division in any given nation.
Okay.
So, like, I'll give you an example. Um, you know, I think, say China. Say they have a unifying culture, and a lot of that culture. And I'll give you a better example. Okay, say Israel. Say they have a unifying culture. At least they used to have a unifying culture of Judaistic principles and traditions and stuff like that, and their religion. I wouldn't suppose that it would be a bad idea for them to maintain their ethnic group, and their ethno religion and their culture within that nation. I don't see a problem with that. I don't see a problem with them
Is
maintaining
is
that in
culture
a
static?
nationalistic way. Sorry, what?
Is culture static?
I say culture is fluid over the course of time, but it's culture in its most ideal form ought to maintain conserved.
In your opinion.
Well, even in the opinion of, say, these Jews in this nation of Israel, say a while back.
And as to the founding, just speaking to the as far as the founders were concerned, we weren't a Christian nation. Just FYI.
I would say that's debatable.
Do you want to start quoting some of the founders? Like, let's start with Jefferson. We'll do John Adams. We'll do Jefferson.
This is a red herring again. This is what I told you. I said, like, do you think there's a problem with, say, Israel a while back saying, okay, no white people in this country, only Jews, no black people, no Asians, only Jews. We want to preserve our religion.
I think there's a problem with that. Yeah.
You take up issue with Israel doing that?
Yeah.
Why?
Because it's xenophobic, racist, and short-sighted, and generally causes that sort of isolationist policy generally causes the degradation of both society and the economy. And for an example of modern day, you can look at somebody like Japan.
Okay, you're just saying stuff.
Okay. While I'm just saying stuff, 1823, Jefferson writes to his buddy John Adams.
Okay.
The day will come. The day will come when the mystical generation of Jesus by the supreme being in the womb of a virgin will be classed with the fable of the generation of Minerva in the brain of Jupiter. But we may hope that the dawn of reason and freedom of thought in these United States will do away with all this artificial scaffolding.
Okay.
Fable.
That's not even what I'm talking about. But
so our nation isn't a Christian nation. You haven't demonstrated.
I'm not even talking about that, man. I'm so sorry, man, but you're going on to this treaty, really unnecessary divertisement.
Marcus, always love it. From an attorney in chat, Article 11 from the Treaty of Tripoli passed unanimously in 1796 and signed by John Adams. As the government of the United States is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion, as it is in itself no character or enmity against the laws, religion, or tranquility of Muslims.
So I have a question. When are you going to address the things that I'm saying and stay on topic?
Never.
You're never going to do that, man?
Never.
Your
expectations as an individual mean absolutely nothing to me.
You kind of sound like. Never mind. I'm not going to be mean. But I just find this really, really odd.
I find it really odd that you want an authoritarian theocracy in modern day North America.
When did I say I wanted an authoritarian theocracy? What?
You literally came into chat and stated unequivocally that you were an authoritarian.
Yeah, I'm an When did I say theocracy, though? I don't think
because your moral system of codes and laws would be built off of your objective truth, which is informed by what?
Okay, so first of all,
it's informed by a series of philosophy classes and logic classes. No, it's informed by the Bible.
No, a theocracy is run by the church, which is independent of the government, or any other authoritative governing body. That's what a theocracy.
It's a form of governance in which one or more deities of some type is formally recognized as a supreme ruling authority.
What's the problem with that?
There we go. You account for 31% of the population at most, but you're willing to build a form of governance that is not representative of the other 69%.
Well, how would you feel if about 86% of the population decided to vote against the rights of 14% of the population? Does majority rule really matter then?
Are you really going to use a civil rights argument for Christian persecution on fucking MLK Day?
I'm not saying that.
Holy shit, bro.
Man. You're misrepresenting me. This is just a whole man. This is a whole straw man right here. I'm making the argument that mob rule doesn't equal, righteousness or anything good.
Okay, so legality does not necessarily equal morality. Prove to me why morality is good. Why is
Why
moralism?
morality is good?
Why is moralism good?
Well, it's sort of in the name, good, and plus us humans have an interest towards, or I would say an instinctual um, proclivity towards that which is good when it benefits us in the long term, and that which is bad when it benefits us in the short term, but ultimately leads to destruction. This is a dichotomy usually set up by, say, a religious deity in the form of heaven and hell.
Jews
We
don't
can
believe in
usually.
hell.
What?
Jews don't believe in hell.
I don't think that's true.
That is absolutely true. There is no Jewish hell.
No, I'm pretty sure in the Masoretic text, the word hell was mentioned a bunch.
Cupcake. I'm yelling cupcake because our resident Jewish person will have an interesting take on this take. The Jewish interpretation of hell, so you can be informed, is generally recognized and translated by rabbinic scholars as an intense feeling of shame.
Okay, but I also have a
do not
question.
believe
How
in
is
hell in the
this?
traditional sense.
How is this at all necessary to the dichotomy of
Because apparently
like
your God, that is the Jewish God, which is the Abrahamic God, which is set up this this dichotomy that has a necessary binary, and the founding group behind this doesn't even believe in your binary.
First of
You
all,
lack consistency.
that has nothing to do with what I said initially. What I said initially was a dichotomy between, say, prudency and short-term gratification, but inevitably destruction, which is, a representative of hell, and the prudency is heaven. The everlasting joy, which lasts forever, as opposed to the short-term gratification that would be described as heaven. Um, that since we have a interest, or at least a self-interest, I would say that we would represent that by which we would desire in the long term to be that which is good, and the things necessary to get to that state of being would also be defined as righteous and good.
What is good?
I just described to you. It's the things necessary to get to that state of eternal bliss.
How do you epistemologically prove this?
I told you that. Okay. So listen to this.
You
This
don't know
is it seems like very
you don't know what
unnecessarily
epistemology
philosophical
is,
for
do
me.
you?
I'm saying that this feels very, very unnecessary, that I have to tell you what good is, since you have an instinct of what good is, and like basically anybody except for sociopaths have an idea of what good and bad is.
So
And I hope you're not a sociopath.
so what does that have to do with your fable?
Fable?
Yeah, the Bible.
I would say that what it has to do with it is the fact that these things which are bad are commonly described as sin. And in the Bible, it says that a liar, an adulterer, cannot get to heaven. And therefore, it's due to that short-term gratification, it ends up in destruction, which is hell.
So would
And
you say on like the hierarchy of sin, the 10 Commandments are like the big hitters?
I would say that there's a bunch of laws, not just the Ten Commandments.
Okay. What about all the fucked up evil shit in the Bible that God advocates for, encourages, and partakes in?
By definition, God isn't unrighteous.
So
also, can you tell me what is
God's free to commit infanticide, genocide, encourage people to murder their own kids, allow for rape, incest.
so
All of this is cool.
let's go one thing at a time here. The whole
Morally
genocide.
okay.
Let's go one step at a time here. You said the whole thing about God committing genocide. Are you referring to the flood and the story of Noah's Ark?
Sure, let's take that one. That's one instance of
Okay.
genocide in the Bible.
So, do you think okay, you probably do considering you're an anarchist, but it's typical Christian doctrine that the wages for sin is death, and if you commit one sin, you have broken the whole law, right? Meaning that if you commit one sin, no amount of good could ever make up for that amount of bad which you have done. Therefore, no good thing can enter into hell, and no bad thing can enter into heaven or can be deserving of heaven ever. Now, if we follow along these guidelines, the people who were not on Noah's Ark, or the people who did die anyways, if they were adhering to God's laws, they would have been saved. But the people who were breaking God's law, which was basically everybody except for Noah and a few other people, those guys, they deserved, say, a death penalty, and God is sort of like the judge in that situation. So it's not really even a bad thing that he's doing. He's just judging them for their sins and giving them or making them pay back the wages of sins that they owed, which was death.
So what were the sins that the Jewish people were paying for during the Holocaust?
Wait, sorry, what?
God allowed a Holocaust of the Jewish people at the hands of, well, frankly, Catholics.
Catholics?
It's largely arguable that Catholic teachings throughout the region drummed up a large anti-Semitic base, and then in combination with the economic crises surrounding the Weimar Republic preceding World War II, created an economic situation in which an outlet or a scapegoat was sought after, and the Jewish people made an effective one due to their association with finance and investment. So, why did God allow his chosen people to be genocided? What sin were they paying for? And specifically the children. What sin were the children paying for?
Well, I wouldn't say that the Germans were the righteous hand of God that were punishing those people. On the most fundamental level, it is in tendency of God to give his people choice to sin and to not sin, and to do good things and to not do good things, right? And it is just my belief that God allowed for it because he gave those Germans at the time the choice to do that.
So he sacrificed his chosen people because of a choice he wanted to allow a bunch of murdering sociopaths.
So let's
Okay.
get the definition right here of
Cool.
Sacrifice. What is the definition of sacrifice?
It's usually sacrifice is usually a offering made to a deity.
So were these Jewish people an offering to God?
Apparently so, seeing as God allowed them to be offered up.
That's not what that means. I think you're very confused, and I think on the most fundamental of issues, you don't have any idea of any Christian, doctrine, and you're just fundamentally misunderstood.
Why did God let 6 million Jewish people get murdered?
Well, God allows. I wouldn't say he, wills it to happen.
Is he not omnipotent? Did he not see? He transcends time and space, right? Like he exists outside of time. So he knew that he was going to create a system in which 6 million men, women, and children oftentimes were tortured under the most heinous of conditions. And this is just part of the plan. This is your moral and just and good God that I should build a nation state around. This should be the foundational
I've got a
technology
question
for
for
my
you.
nation state.
I've got a question for you then. Do you think that being crucified was worse than some of the experiences, or I would say most of the experiences, or I would say, would you say that Jesus' experiences while he was alive on this earth were worse than a lot of the experiences that the Jews had to go through?
No.
No?
No.
You think that being crucified and, beaten half to death before you're crucified and
Do you want to go
having
through some of the experiments that the Nazis conducted on Jewish people? Do you really want to go down this? We'll do it on air. It's fucking terrifying, though. Do you really want to talk about the twins experiments, or do you want to talk about being boiled alive and then have your skin flayed off of you while you're still a conscious, living human being?
Well, my point here being is that God wouldn't render, or he might, but I would also say that he didn't render to other people what he didn't render to himself, his son.
Okay. So, arguably, your God is not just. Your God is not good. Your God is absent
so?
in the most time in the time he's necessarily needed. He allows for a system of creation in which untellable amounts of suffering and pain and torture and agony are created by his creations while he sits by and sits on his hands. But he's omnipotent and actually could build a better system, but he chooses not to for some unknown reason. And this is the foundational idea that you want to build an ethical framework out of to construct a nation-state policy out of.
Well, your case for God being unrighteous is I would say, flawed case, and it hasn't been properly demonstrated to me.
God created me and I'm gay. I was gay from day one. I knew I was gay from chasing boys in the playground when I was in kindergarten. I've known I was gay my entire life. God created gays and lesbians, and yet, for some reason, we're persecuted by Christians.
Hold on, I have many guy friends though, and I do play like games and stuff and mess around with them. Does that make me gay?
I don't know. Do you want to do you need to explore something? What kind of games do you play?
Well, that's kind of a dumb question. First of all,
No, I think you're trying to get something off your chest
did you play
here.
like Manhunt and Tag with your friends when you were little? Did you have friends like that? Did you think it was that special when
No, we
wrestled with your friend?
No, we would go into the closet and make out and touch each other's pee-pees.
Wait, how old were you?
Very young.
How old?
Kindergarten. First grade for sure.
Okay, that sounds like some degree of. I don't want to go into it, but that sounds kind of messed up. Do you, looking back on that in retrospect, think that was wrong?
No, we were autonomous human beings with animalistic drives, and we were exploring each other's bodies.
Do you think
it's
that
part of a
adult,
psychosexual developmental cycle within human beings?
You think that in adults, if they were to discover that you had done that, or maybe had found out in the midst of you doing that, would you say that, say, a teacher or a supervisor who had figured that out while you were doing that should intervene during that, or should just let you do that?
It depends on your position on childhood developmental psychology. Some would say yes, some would say no.
This seems seriously messed up and pedophilic on many different levels.
How would a child playing around sexually with another child be pedophilic in your mind?
I would say that
So you're telling me if like a 12-year-old and a 12-year-old have sex, that's pedophilia?
I would say the allowing of that by a supervisor, the allowing for that and the tolerance of that could uncover very pedophilic tendencies in the supervisors.
But we're not talking about anybody. Nobody caught us. Nobody was there. It's just us.
I'm saying that your perspective on that, those children should be left unfettered to sexually interact with each other, making out and touching each other's penises in a closet is very pedophilic in tendency for those adults to be allowing that to happen.
Are you? How many classes on childhood psychosexual development have you taken in your life?
Man, I don't care, and I
Okay,
don't
cool.
need to know.
Cool. All right. So like, what's with all the abortion rhetoric in your camp these days?
I think abortion is wrong.
Where in the Bible does it say so?
Thou shalt not kill.
So you consider it a human?
Yeah.
Fair enough. Oh yeah, we should check that, Rye. How old are you? Are you over 18?
Dude, this I'm gonna be honest. I didn't get to make my case.
Nobody's ever going to
didn't-
allow you to make a case for an authoritarian theocracy.
Well, I wasn't even gonna make the case for that. I was gonna make the argument that my religion was the correct one, but you didn't even grant me that. So I don't feel as if I'm obligated to even continue or give or just divulge this information to you after you made a case.
This is the thing. You need to go.
Having sex with each other, for 6-year-olds having sex with each other, and allowing for adults to let that happen. I just find that.
Have you finished
really
high school yet?
And I don't feel like I have an obligation to continue and divulge that kind of info to you.
Have you finished high school yet?
No.
Okay, you got to go, my man. This is an 18+ community. We don't have conversations with children.
Dude, you're just disgusting, what you said.
I suggest you talk to a psychologist about psychosexual childhood developmental cycles.
About children having sex with each other. That is absolutely disgusting.
Yeah. Also, by the way, Genesis states unequivocally that life begins at first breath. Just so you know.
No, that's not what it says, actually.
Okay. Hitler Youth gets the door.
Adam
Correct.
was a fully grown man. You know that.
Adam was a mythical creation by a bunch of guys. Adam was a fully
grown man when he took his first breath. That's a very, very, I would say, unrealistic or misrepresentative point that life starts at first breath.
Who's got his username in chat? Mod, handle that on the chat side. I'll handle the other side. The only time the Bible mentions abortion is how to conduct one.
Okay.
So just, something to consider.
Can you give me a verse?
It's the tale of bitter water.
I'm pretty sure that specific one was like some of the only ones or one of the only.
Let's see. All right. Who's got this in chat? Does anybody have his username? It was entertaining for a bit. Thank you, Rev. There we go. Thank you. That was fun. Yeah. Don't blame kids for being indoctrinated by offshoots of the Roman Catholics. Oh God, what is our education system in Canada? What the fuck? No, that was God's plan. Yeah, well, I mean, clearly it was. It happened, right? Nothing happens without God's tacit approval at best, right? Hey, Level. What about the military? What's my opinion there? Fuck the military-industrial complex. Yes, he was level. He was Canadian, Ontarian. A kid arguing for a theocratic authoritarian system. That was new. I know, right? Let's see. Yeah, not all Canadians. Yeah, he did. He did argue that he was a Canadian fascist. Not our words. Somebody called him a fascist, and he agreed with it. So, is what it is. Eagle, if you've got a question, let me know. If you got more specific question about the military, let me know. No big deal. I'll answer. Oh, did you want to call in, Eagle? Is that I was just playing with a fascist. Like that was just literally like, I mean, I was just, oh, okay. All right. Oh, yeah, you know, why not? Fuck it. Let's fucking, you know, I believe that children are the future. Public. Sorry, nonsense. And Cassidy, I saw your comment, Cassidy. Give me a count to 5 so I can get your audio level checked.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, I'm gonna have to drive you up a ways. All right, please and thank you.
No problem.
You may have to speak up a little as we go along, but I'll let you.
Yeah, no, I got you.
I'll let you know if necessary. Sorry about that. I just had some fucking Canadian high schooler ignore the 18+ warning, and then start arguing for an authoritarian theocracy.
I was there halfway through.
Yeah,
I was listening to the bit there.
That was special. Anyway,
it was interesting to say the least.
So anyway, what's on your mind, man?
So do you think the individuals of the military are the worst part of it, or do you think the higher ups are the worst? Oh
no, it's the organization, it's the system, it's the machine, not the individuals by and large. I take sympathy with, I have empathy for, and I mean I have condemnation for as well, because it is, you know, some of it is voluntary, a lot of it is coerced, right? We use debt drivers and a capitalist system to push people into that system using a carrot and a stick methodology. But there are ones that willingly choose, and there are ones who willingly choose to act out of, bad faith when charged with that, given that empowerment, right? But on the average, right, they are humans, they are victims of the machine, they are victims of the capitalist modality just as much as anybody else. So, no, my issue stands with the hierarchy, with the organization, with the meat grinder itself.
Okay, I got you. I actually had to do it. No, I didn't say I had to do it. I wanted to leave my home, and I figured it was the only way I could leave, because I felt like I'd be stuck if I didn't.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah. It fucking, dude, like, let me guess, middle of nowhere, no options, probably a, like, former Rust Belt town, or
from
like
California, actually.
Right.
I just didn't want to stay
out
in
the
one place, because a lot of my family's been stuck there.
Out in the sticks?
No, actually. Nice area.
All right, good on you.
Yeah, actually, funny enough, I actually went to a Catholic school previously.
My sympathies.
It was not that. It was better for me, but I obviously just took it in with a grain of salt, just like anything in life.
You're like, this seems a little fantastical. I'm just going to nod my head.
Actually, a lot of the stuff that was taught there didn't actually go against people, which was really nice.
Was it
more focused on the education.
Was it Catholic or was it Jesuit?
No, it was Catholic. It
Okay.
was definitely Catholic.
Good on him.
Really nice people, but yeah. So I've been called a terrorist because I just work. I just fix stuff, right? I don't purposely go out and pull that trigger, though I do aid the purposes of that. I don't condone such things. If you get where I'm standing.
Yeah.
To me, it feels like a job. Does that make me a terrorist? Is the question.
I mean, There's an argument to be made that yes, in some context, the argument could be made. Yeah. Would I say that that's probably the most productive line of inquiry when conducting a dialectical or rhetorical exercise with an individual such as yourself? Probably not. It's probably going to be pretty counterproductive to pursue that as a line of inquiry. But I mean, I can see how somebody could draw those connect those dots at least. You know, without boots on the ground, without the people making the machine move, then there are a whole lot of the U.S. military and the U.S. intelligence apparatus gets up to a whole lot of shenanigans. And there's very little room for debate on that one. We all kind of just, you know, as adults know by now, it's like, yeah, we kind of get up to a fair amount of shit fuckery. But like I said, I probably wouldn't come at you and be like, you're a fucking terrorist. Like, right, that's counterproductive for everybody involved. It puts up defenses. It's just a stupid line of inquiry. But I can at least see how somebody could make that connection. It didn't fall out of the sky, out of nowhere, at least. But,
Oh no, I don't disagree with that at all.
yeah.
There's always a reason for everything.
Yeah.
I personally see it as everyone on this planet is just wrong. Like let me explain. Military, US side, we're not perfect. Other countries not perfect. There is no one true perfect country, and it sucks. It really does suck that way. That life's like that.
There's some better ones.
European, right? Like Norway, Finland, all those Scandinavians.
Yeah, the ones that don't matter. I mean, that's the argument, right? Like, I mean, that's the truth of the conversation, and that a lot of people are very uncomfortable with, is that your country doesn't really matter, right? Like, America matters, right? Like, that's whether it should be that way, whether we want it to be that way, whether in a perfect X, Y, and Z, America fucking matters, and the world rotates around us to a certain extent, right? The Norwegian military aren't going to be the ones fucking, you know, that sort of...
No, they're buying our planes. They're buying the F-35 just like it was nothing.
Exactly, right? So, like, there's an argument. It's like, of course, there's the asterisk on it. It's like, yeah, the fucking, you know, the Nordic Scandinavian countries do have a far higher quality of life and have a lot of their social issues sorted on a level that we could only dream. But we're busy running a globe-spanning empire, so, you know, it's a different game.
Okay, yeah. I just personally, for me, I come from a household that didn't really push politics on me. At the later ends of my life, it was tried to be pushed on me, but I already grown to see both sides, and I realized that I take certain things from both sides and I try to put forth my best judgment to them, but I will never personally try to do something if I don't understand it completely.
Vision, love
if
it.
That makes sense.
Yeah, no, I can respect that. I mean, I can respect it a whole lot more. Look, the enlightened centrist opinion, I don't know if you are an enlightened centrist, they're both equal. It fucking annoys the shit out of me.
I'm not big in politics. I try to stay out of them.
But, like, I mean, well, politics run your life. This is whether you like politics, whether you try and stay out of it or not. Like, it is.
It's always going to get me.
Yeah. So you might as well get some skin in the game because it's already in whether you like it or not. But, you know, yeah, it's I'm an anarchist, right? Like, I don't like authoritarian systems. I don't like hierarchical systems. I like distributed networks. I like hierarchical organizational styles. I see the benefit in these from a technologist standpoint, from a topologist standpoint, from like a cybernetic theorist standpoint. I see the benefits to these modalities of operation. So, like, centrists are obnoxious as shit to somebody like me, but they don't pose the like ever-present threat as somebody like the last guy who's, you know, like literally just some dumb brainwashed kid who's already preaching for authoritarian systems and he doesn't even know what that entails, right? So
no, I understand completely.
Yeah.
I try to understand everything, but I can't make a good judgment. I will admit that completely.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, where would you place yourself politically?
I mean, I guess I'd place myself more putting power in the hands of the people, but... Okay.
Direct democracy?
I'm not too well-versed in the correct...
That's fine. We have a representative democracy, which has proven just doing a bang-up job. Direct democracy would basically be the people voting on this stuff instead. So there's numbers of ways to implement that. If you've got scope and scale questions in the back of your head, like how the fuck would you even do that? There's ways to do it, I assure you. But yeah, we go the representative route instead, which mixed results, to be generous.
With that being said, I'm glad I've heard your opinions. I gotta get dinner. When I come back, maybe I'll say something.
All right, man.
I gotta get dinner.
Eat well. Take care of yourself.
Government takes my money, so I gotta get money.
Fair enough. Fair enough,
All right,
man.
thanks.
Catch you later.
Goodbye.
That was pleasant. See? Oh, goat. I just didn't look, I make allowances, goat, for argumentations. Dude, today I've already dealt with a fascist, right? I'm not. A centrist wants to come in here, I'll fucking school him too, but honestly, whatever. Oh. It's fucking hot in here. Somebody's turning my heat on. What is this? Oh, interesting. Thank you, Mosh. Yeah, good face centrists are at least pleasant. They're generally not screaming about how you I legitimately thought we might need to start a channel on the Discord server to document all of the hate we get from the communists and the fucking tankies. After seeing Kvass post that shit, I was like, Jesus Christ, if we had a channel dedicated to that, we'd have it filled. So, on the hierarchy of shit I have to deal with on a daily basis, yeah. with tankies like these, who needs fascists? I call it tanky love, I know, right? Dude, we've had so many of those. It's fucking... Seems like sometimes the tankies has more than the fash dude. They legitimately, I think they do. That's why I'm just I'm done. Fuck them. It happens, Marcus. It happens. I noticed our fucking boy from way earlier, not the fucking religious idiot, but the dude who was a Scott viewer. Who was that? Cupcake documented that. Hang on. Oh no, it was him. He is a fucking Scott viewer. The fucking, of course the fucking idiot kid. Oh god, of course the idiot kid is being influenced by Scott, so he believes in objective truths. Of course, it makes sense now. It makes sense that he believes in an objective morality such as natural law. Of course. Oh, that... God, he is out there causing damage, isn't he? Glazy? Like I said, you're welcome here, Glazy. You're gonna get picked on because, the liberal and some of your tendencies, but like I said, you're welcome and wanted, Glazy. We enjoy you. We also enjoy picking on you. Just know that. But, when you do the, I'm going to take my toy and go home sort of thing, we're going to make fun of that heavily. But nice to see you, Glazy. I hope your life is going as well as it can. He said he didn't like Scott because he's in ANCAP. Not sure what he thinks of... Oh, Jesus. Congratulations, you stunted a child's growth directly. Oh, jeez, contact. If Caboose wants to play, we could get a game going. All right, we talked about Ukraine. There was so many headlines. There's so many. Okay, Do we really want to do our rage boner? Agreed. Authoritarian centralizing communism sucks, and the Marxist solutions suck. Marxist analysis of capitalism is top-notch. Marxian, Leninist, Stalinist, Maoist solutions for centralizing authoritarian communism is dog shit and has led to the deaths of more anarchists than any capitalist has ever. Okay, cool. All right, then. Maybe a little later, Karina. Fucking Caboose is fucking doing that. So if you think that, like, that was somehow gonna affect me, I don't know. Anyway. No, I did not, Craigs. Fucking solid take, Willetta. Do you think it's beneficial to use the system to put in the infrastructure before going full anarchist? Vision, I think that there's an argument to be made, and it's called a Gorsian argument. It's based on the French socialist Gors. It's a Gorsian argument that if you are particularly careful and mindful of your future planning, you can take advantage of statist policies, turn it inwardly on itself, and use that to benefit the populace itself, such as universal health care, housing as a human right, universal income programs, these sorts of things, which then allow you distance with it it allows you distance from the sort of capitalist grind set that can then help construct dual power structures and secondary power structures. So there's an argument to be made that it's at least possible. Whether you should or shouldn't, well, I suppose that's a matter of personal perspective. I'm an advocate for what I generally refer to as a Thucydian methodology, a replacement of pieces or components of the system and swapping them while underway so you don't have the downtime of a full revolutionary state. And then the replacement thereof. So it's the ship of Theseus thought experiment. With her, tag me some other time. Just tag me in fucking comments or something with her, and remind me. And so like that's sort of my methodology. It would be like, rather than a full revolutionary state, and having like downtime and swap, which is impossible given the current like neoliberal hyper-capitalistic global modality of operation. Non-binary, not really. I ship that idea, Jesus Christ. So yeah, that would be mine. But oh god, Mosh, put it in shared content, Mosh. God damn it. Fuck this. Fuck them. Is what it is. Sure, you know what? Let me look that up. Okay, first off. Jesus fucking Christ. Let's see. There you go. All right. Canada, South Africa. Canada and South Africa is the answer to that. Bush, Canada and South Africa have law on the books where housing is a right. In Canada, the right to housing became law with the passage of the National Housing Strategy Act. Came into force 2 years ago, apparently. Oh, God. No, we very much have hyper-capitalism, especially in the United States. If you think fucking the United States has sock-dem leftism based around bureaucracy and regulators who regulate the economy, much like, by the way, social engineers. I already know you're a fucking I already know where you're coming from. Jesus Christ. No. If you don't think the United States is in a hyper-capitalist modality of operation yet, then I can't help you. Just peace out and keep on going. Yep. Yep. Fucking called that. Knew that was going to happen. Yep. Knew that was going to happen. This isn't real capitalism. Just walking and see that essentially in a wall of text. Glorious day. Yeah, public. It's always, dude. I had one of those with on Reddit earlier today. I'm not shitting you. I had somebody immediately fucking try that shit. We were arguing against intellectual property rights in a conversation, and I busted out the Smithian thing and about the rentier class, and this fucking ANCAP libertarian dumb fuck comes in. Of course, copyright law shouldn't apply to, I'm sorry, fucking exactly. Government giving monopolies, copyright and patents is not capitalism. So I had to fucking school him on the transition from mercantilism to capitalism and the involvement of the state. And fucking, I was happy. Fucking somebody comes along, right, and just recognizes in text and goes, love seeing an ANCAP libertarian get smacked down, get owned. I was like, oh, it's nice to see somebody recognize what's going on here. Like, you know, in context, that like what this conversation is a fucking right libertarian / ANCAP fucking, it's not real capitalism. They know true Scotsmen fucking, you know, we are living in socialism. They know true Scotsmen fucking capitalism all the time. It's astoundingly impressive how often they do it. All right, let me take a look at this.
Local time, the Hunga Tonga Hunga Ha'apai volcano in the nation of Tonga produced its most powerful explosion ever recorded. This explosion...
I'm sorry, I would argue it's not a Q channel. I'm sorry, what? You mean the channel that has the emblazoned on fire Q as its icon, as its primary logo, is not a Q channel? Sure. Anyway. Sure.
Sent a sustained plume of ash to a height of 30 kilometers or 98,000 feet into the atmosphere. As this explosion triggered a magnitude 5.8 earthquake, one of the largest landslides in recorded history occurred. As much of the volcano's edifice slid into the ocean, it generated an energetic...
Do you have prescriptions as how IP laws as they stand should be modified? Yeah, near complete elimination for twos. In a practical sense, yeah, I would near complete elimination. I would go full Smithian economics and eliminate them.
Tsunami, which went on to cause damage to locations as far away as Japan, California, and Peru. Meanwhile, residents as far away as Alaska heard the associated explosion as confirmed by the National Weather Service. Now that the eruption appears to be over, or at least
explicitly anti-rentier class, explicitly called them leeches.
Northeast decreased for the moment.
Carpe, this happened this weekend. Carpe. Surprised you missed it.
We can take a look at what the island on which this volcano is based now looks like. Although ash particles may be obscuring radar telemetry, it appears that more than 95% of the original 4-kilometer or 2.5-mile wide island from January 13th has been destroyed. Not only was all of the central edifice of ash which connected two more sturdy islands destroyed, but the majority of the northeast and parts of the western island are also gone. Thus, the vent which produced the January 15th eruption is no longer above sea level, and the Hunga Tonga volcano is now almost completely a true submarine volcano. I can with confidence say that this event was the single largest volcanic eruption of the last decade. However, since a volcanic explosivity index rating which measures the eruption's size won't be definitively made for several weeks at a minimum, it has led to a large degree of speculation. Many news websites and experts are suggesting a wide range of eruption sizes ranging from VEI 4 to VEI 6. Based on the
Unironically? Yeah. Unironically, Nightmare. Yeah. As somebody who has always given away his intellectual property as Creative Commons, share alike, remix, yeah. Yeah, actually I do. Yeah, unironically. You can take any portion of this stream, you can remix it, you can reuse it, you can take my writings, my photography, all of it is published on my website. Yeah, actually, I really do. I really do believe that. I believe human knowledge belongs to the world, not an individual. Yeah, I really do believe that, and I walk the fucking walk. I give it all away. All of it. So, yeah. And the Rentier class explicitly extends to intellectual property. Anyway.
Available evidence, I think that the eruption was a mid-end VEI 4, and I will explain why. When looking at a volcanic eruption, there are several useful factors which can help to approximate an eruption
size. I don't know, Vision,
size.
what specifically you're after, Vision, sorry.
These include the thickness of ash which fell at a specific distance, the amount of sulfur dioxide...
No, I don't agree with that at all. See fucking Cupcake's comment about open source software. No, I don't agree with that at all. In fact, the concept of working with no profit incentive for the good of the community to build coordinated products created the foundation of the internet. So, sorry. Fuck off. Oh, and take your ban evasion account somewhere else.
Released into the atmosphere and the peak height of the eruption plume. The reason many people are making high estimates is they look at the 30-kilometer eruption column height, compare it to historical eruptions, and place the volcano in the VEI 5 to 6 range. However, those people are forgetting the geologic setting of this volcano. Hunga Tonga is a primarily submarine volcano, and the abundance of ocean water at shallow depths greatly amplify the size of the explosion, making the eruption plume be far larger than if the same eruption had occurred in the middle of a desert. Using a mathematical formula, we can get a figure suggesting a large VEI 4 or small VEI 5 eruption. Now, let's look at the amount of sulfur dioxide released by the eruption. Sulfur dioxide is released during all volcanic eruptions, and the amount of erupted magma, whether through flows of lava or fine ash, is closely aligned with the amount of gas measured. Using NASA satellites, the amount of sulfur dioxide released by the eruption totals 400,000 metric tons. While this is a large number, it is only a fraction of sulfur dioxide comparatively released by recent VEI 5 or 6 eruptions. Comparing the figure of 400,000 tons to recent smaller volume VEI 4 eruptions such as Calbuco in 2015-2016 and La Soufrière in 2021, you can note that there's a near-perfect match. Thus, I estimate that the eruption ejected around 0.35 cubic kilometers of volcanic rock. While the immediate eruption is seemingly over, there is a warning sign of more events to come. Several scientists noted that in the geologic history of Hunga Tonga, the volcano produced a caldera.
Open source isn't created out of necessity. It was created as the probably Gorzian. Frank Gors is probably who you're looking for.
Forming eruption sequence every 1,000
French socialist.
years.
May not
These
be Frank.
sequences did
It's
not
Gors
contain a
either way.
single eruption, but rather
socialist by the name
several
of
over a
Gors.
closely spaced
Oh,
period.
you want Thesusian. You're after Thesusian vision. Is that the word you're looking for? Is Thesusian? Because if you're after Thesusian, That's mine. You're not going to find more on this methodology elsewhere, Vision. That's mine. Yeah. It's based on Theseus, the ship of Theseus thought experiment in the story of the Odyssey by Homer. You're not going to find write-ups on Thesusian methodology. That's my methodology. So if it's utilizing the state as an inroad to create dual power structures, it's Gore's. If you want Thesusian, that's mine. You just have to ask me about it.
Thus, more similarly sized eruptions and tsunamis are likely over the next decade. As a final note, the edifice of Hunga Tonga is still unstable, so more tsunamis may occur over the next several days to weeks. Thanks for watching. If you would like to request a specific topic, please leave a comment below. Additionally, I would like to thank my new patron, Colin.
Yeah, non-binary. I saw that. Sorry, I was not available at 10:41. Sorry. I hope Lumi got the answers that that she was after. If not, tell her to swing by sometime or like arrange something. Oh God, Rev. Oh, Jack, I'm dumb. I need an explanation of what a Thesusian is. Thesusian is they. Okay, cool. They. Thesusian is a reference to the ship of Theseus thought experiment, which is based off the story of the Odyssey by Homer. And basically, it is the thought experiment. At least is this. Theseus leaves with his ship and returns, right? And the ship is replaced. It is replaced piece by piece, right? Every single piece of the ship has been replaced. It is the sails, the mast, the decking, the tar work in between. Every single piece of that ship has been replaced. Now, is it the same ship? It's not the point. Every single aspect, every single group will answer this question a little bit differently, right? Like materialists will have one answer, idealists will have another. Physicists will have one answer, chemists may have another, information theorists will have another answer, this sort of thing, right? But the answer doesn't matter. What I'm advocating for is what I'm saying is that you could change every single piece of a ship while under sail practically and still have a functional ship. So, if you have the ship, if you change the pieces as it's under sail, you don't have to dry dock the ship. Hey, resolution. And that's sort of the goal of Thesusian methodology, is to treat a system as a componentized element, and see those various modular components of that system, and then swap them, hot swap them. Change the sail, change the mast, change your local politics, look at your local politics, change the mayor, change the chief of police, change the city council, change the superintendent of schools, right? You're changing the tonality of the elements of the system and the people that control that system while it's still underway, thus changing the overall direction of the ship. Right? So this is a Thesusian methodology. Did he just define copyright as copyright? You're using a legal term and you're saying look up the dictionary definition. Hey, look up the dictionary definition of an explicitly legal term. Cool. Copyright is when you copywriting. There you go. NRG. Mosh, go for it. Fucking go for it. Yeah, like, I Yes, Cat, you are gay. Yes, copyright, you know, a type of intellectual property that gives its owners the exclusive right to copy and distribute a creative work, typically for a limited time, is fundamentally limited because its definition is irreducible. Oh shit, I reduced it. Holy shit, man, you're dumb. You couldn't define copyright, so you went with copyright as defined by copyright instead of defining copyright. Fuck me, man. Like, holy, you know, because exactly, Carpe. Fucking, oh, well, if you can't be bothered to answer pointless questions, then leave. Because, yeah, like, yeah, I couldn't. It's Cassidy. Yeah, it's going to be one of those streams. The dummies are out because of MLK Day, I think. I think it's because of Martin Luther King Day. Sincerely. A lot of people didn't have to work. A lot of the wage slaves, a lot of the wage cucks are out not working. And as such, they're sort of, well, you know. Exactly, Vision. I mean, tautology is just an assertion that's true in every possible interpretation. That's tautological. How does tautology reference tautology in that definition? I don't, or maybe you're fucking doing a snide remark. I don't know. They usually compete with coworkers who can put the yoke on themselves the hardest. It's reflexive at this point. I know, right? Let's see. Oh God, did you see? I don't know who of you know who Jordan Kepler is, but Kepler got a hold of Matt Gaetz. And Kepler's kind of notorious for like trolling right-wingers and them not knowing it. But occasionally Jordan goes full bore and goes after him. Literally as Matt Gaetz is walking up the sidewalk. Hey, Matt Gaetz, if you're going to reenact the events of January 6th, who's going to take a shit in the rotunda? Also, who's going to make the gallows? Isn't this a bit childish, Matt, or is that what attracts you to this? Kepler had his own show, Carpe. Much better than fucking Noah's Daily Show, FYI. Yeah. Jordan does good work. Jordan he worked under John for a Daily Show as well. Yeah, Jordan does good work. Yeah, I'm always a fan. Let's see. All right. Dude, a bunch of fucking cop stories. Klepper, is it Klepper? There you go. Thank you. Fucking, bunch of cop stories. Bunch of fucking cop stories. Bunch of cop stories. Jesus Christ. Man uncooperative after being shot in the head by Grand Rapids police. They fucking shot him in the head and then fucking said he was being uncooperative after they shot him in the head. I don't even know. Like, wrap your fucking head around that. I'm not even gonna get into any of these. We're gonna fucking speed run some of these. I'm not even gonna get into them. Don't ask details. Fucking police officer killed an 8-month-old puppy in Miami-Dade after a barking complaint. Somebody called the cops on a fucking barking puppy, and the fucking cop shows up and shoots the puppy because it's fucking an aggressive dog, right? Small little puppy runs up, yip, 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 pop, 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 is what it is. Fucking, I will have to show you this one, I suppose. Let me get the image. Portland police got caught using a training presentation, a PowerPoint presentation for their training classes that had this slide in it. This is a picture of a cop beating the fuck out of someone, just FYI. And the Lord said, "Woe be unto you, dirty hippie, for thou stinketh of patchouli and bo. For thou talk of Marx, yet not know him. For thou hast bills, yet have not paid. For thou hast dreadlocks and white skin. And so I shall send among you my humble servants with hat and with bat, that they may christen your heads with hickory and anoint your faces with pepper spray. And once thou hast been cuffed and stuffed, once thou hast been stitched and bandaged, perhaps thou shalt learn. I am tired of your shit. Amen." This is literally training. This is from a training slide for the Portland police. You know, yeah. Let's see. That was the disability one. Fucking American police are now even with COVID, they now have a 1/7 mortality of the general public. Fun times, you know, dangerous job. They're out there, warriors in the street. They have a mortality rate of 1/7. They have a mortality rate that of 1/7 of the population. Super dangerous job. But hey, you know, okay, it is what it is. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Is he advocating violence against protesting citizens? Oh, cool. All right. Let's see. Cool. Oh, that's against the general population, not against jobs. I have a separate essay that I wrote that breaks down the numbers based on jobs. Based on occupational mortality. No, that's just based on general populace mortality, Eagle. I don't have this year's numbers. Why did you? There we go. I don't have this year's numbers for you, Eagle. I can give you 2 years ago. And 2 years ago, it would be loggers was number one. Cops don't even make the list. Cops don't even make the list. They just don't make the list. They're not even close to being the top. Loggers are by and away the most dangerous. If you want the list, Eagle, it's loggers, fishers, sailors, oilers, pilots, flight engineers, paving, service operators, dredging, excavating, derrick rotary drill, service unit operators for oil, gas, and mining, all one. Transportation workers, other category. So taxi, Uber, pizza delivery, that sort of thing. Roofers, maintenance workers, machinery workers, woodworkers, septic tank servicers, refuse recyclable collectors, iron steel workers, drivers, truck drivers as a separate category. They have their own. Farmers, ranchers, rail track layers / maintainers, iron reinforcers and rebar workers, riggers, first line supervisors of farming, fishery, and forestry workers. These are all more dangerous jobs than the police have in this country. Yeah. Yeah, so the police, as of these statistics, and I compiled these statistics from the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund, but statistics compilation, because I figured if anybody was going to be the most generous with their numbers, it would be the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund. And the long and short of it is that 0.0058% of police officers employed were violently killed in the year that this was tracked. Yeah, Crix, it's under my writing section on police officer fatalities, or how to control a populace using lies and force is the essay. But it's under writing on the website. So yeah, cops, that's not a decimal place error, by the way. It's not 0.58%, it's 0.0058% of police officers were violently killed in the line of duty. A lot of them, I had to sort the data. Dude, a lot of the fucking data, I had to like, here's the passage, right? I'll read it. I'll read it for you because it's snarky and I enjoy this piece of writing I did. Even according to the most generous group compiling statistics on the matter of police-involved violence, the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund, only 128, this was as of December 27th, 2019, because this is when I wrote this piece. COVID has shifted these numbers quite a bit. As of December 27th, 2019, only 128 federal, state, and local police officers died in the line of duty, but hold on there, Sparky. We're not done yet. 43 of these 128 were traffic-related fatalities where the officer was outside their patrol vehicle and struck accidentally by another vehicle while engaged in activity on the road. Not intentional homicide, but vehicular accidents. So after some basic arithmetic, that leaves us with 85 officer fatalities in 2019. But wait, there's more. Next, we need to subtract the 19 officers who died from job-related illnesses, leaving 66 officer fatalities in 2019. And if you thought we were done, think again. Take those remaining 66 and subtract the 12 that died from 9/11 attack-related illnesses, and you end up with 54 police officer deaths. But don't forget the one officer who died due to fire while on duty, and the one who died on vacation in Hawaii that they tried to sell as dying on duty somehow, and you're down to 52 officer fatalities in 2019. So 52. Now we can start to talk about violence and aggression-based fatalities police face while on duty. Now that would work out to be 49 from firearm, 2 from beatings, and 1 from strangulation. 52 deaths. Now let's use the very loose total police presence in America provided by the exact same group of over 900,000. Just round it down to an even 900,000. Let's work conservatively. That works out to roughly 0.0058% of current police officers employed were violently killed in 2019. You know who has a more dangerous job? Just about everyone. Seriously. And then I go into the list. And the list is provided by Advisor Smith, which is an insurance analyst group that specializes in these sorts of lists, right? So, yes, police don't make an appearance in that sort of thing. So, yeah, cops don't have a dangerous job. They just don't. No, the website is kaisthings.com. Here. All of my stuff goes to kaisthings.com. Writing, photography, stream episodes, like segment clips, stuff like that. It all goes to kaisthings.com. KAIS things.com. Link is in chat if you need it. It's not proudlyradical.com, though I think I own that. I don't know if I do, though. Yeah, I do. Yeah. No worries. No worries. It'll get you there. It'll get you there. I own it. Just in case. Well, I lease it. We don't own shit on the internet like that. Oh. Oh yeah, bush pilots fucking drive the numbers up just for the entire profession. Rural pilots, Willata. Bush, as in operating in the bush. Do I want to go skydiving sometime? I mean, I have before. Like, why you asking, non-binary? The people who control my mind, says Bush Kangamoo. Well, that was dude, that was weird. So we had an underage, authoritarian, theocratic, fucking fascist type. We've had some like ANCAP, anti-open source fucking weirdo. Like, honestly, god damn, it's been weird. Anyway, fucking no. Opinions on the news media as a whole? I mean, not really. Yeah, we've been all over the compass. Underage fucking Nazis, I know, right? I mean, Eagle, varying degrees of shite. Some more toxic than others, some more damaging than others. It is, Dig. It is. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, Hitler fucking youth. I mean... Oh, shit. There we go. Oh, that's not... Wait, did you ask? No, it wouldn't. Non-binary, not really. No. It legitimately, a whole lot of it doesn't transfer. There's a bunch of stuff that you will learn skydiving you will never use or have call for. Paragliding. The only way you would have use for is if you carried a oh god damn, sorry. If you carried a base rig, right? If you carried a base chute on you, building antenna span Earth, right? If you carried a base chute on you, you could maybe, yeah, you might be able to just detach from the entire thing, but ultimately, yeah, you just throw a reserve and you float. There's very little. You'll be operating at altitudes for the most part. There's a lot of what you learn in skydiving isn't going to be applicable. Chute packing isn't going to be applicable. Body movements, fucking none of this, like none of the actual flight mechanics of skydiving are going to be applicable to paragliding. And a lot of the stuff you learn in paragliding, you never learn in skydiving. There's no call for it whatsoever. So yeah, I'd say just go to somebody who teaches paragliding. Don't start with skydiving. It's gonna be a waste of money because skydiving is an expensive hobby. It's a very expensive hobby. Even if you bought all your own gear, which you're gonna have to eventually, just getting a ride up in the plane is expensive. So yeah, you're better off just going to a school for paragliding than learning to skydive. If you want to learn to skydive and paraglide, by all means. Fawn, yeah, dude, I wouldn't. Having someone pack your chute is a terrifying thing. Is there anything as an anarchist that you don't think should be tolerated? I mean, lots of stuff. I mean, there's a whole host of human behaviors that shouldn't be tolerated. Like, I mean, oppressive, coercive, violent, initiation of force. Like, there's a whole host of shit that shouldn't be tolerated, Vision. Right? Like, yeah. There's quite a long list of stuff that shouldn't be tolerated. Yeah, like... Yeah, Nazis, capitalism. Dude, wingsuit. Dude, the mortality rate on wingsuit. Okay, so I knew a wingsuit guy. There is a kind of a mild saying within the wingsuit community. It's not a matter of when. It's not a matter of if. It's a matter of when. So like it's most. Like all of the boundary breakers and like the record holders for wingsuits, they're all dead. Like all of the generation defining wingsuit engineers, they all die. Like it's just there's like it's a saying inside the wingsuit community. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. It's super fucking dangerous. Yeah. Like they are fun from what I understand. Yeah, they make base jumpers look safe. Cassie, I finished that sentence immediately. Yeah, no, it's they make base jumping look safe. Okay, do you understand what it takes to make base jumping look safe? It's their numbers stagger. Yeah. It's a very difficult thing to learn. And honestly, the only people who should ever set foot in a wingsuit is somebody who has insane amounts of jumps under their belt. You should be skilled. If you're going to step in a wingsuit, you should probably have, 5,000 jumps in a primary chute under your belt, and potentially like 2,500 base rig jumps. It is extraordinarily difficult. It is extraordinarily physical. It is extraordinarily just difficult to do and understand the mechanics of. Once you do understand it, because from the conversations I've had, the necessary skill set is that of reflexive. You need to get to the point where you're no longer thinking about flying in a wingsuit, but merely the same way that you think about walking should be the same way that you think about flying in a wingsuit. The same way that you think about moving your arm is the way you think about banking right in a wingsuit. You shouldn't have to think about what you do. It should just happen. It should be a part of your autonomous bodily movement. You should just want to go that way, and you go that way. And it's very difficult to get to those experience levels without accident. It's extraordinarily dangerous to do. Yeah. Here it was. Oh, for fuck's sake. Just, there we go. I'm like, just jump out of the goddamn chopper already. The wind tunnels only go so far, Exol. The wind tunnels only go so far. Trust me. It's. Oh yeah. Tech support. You're a skydiver / base jumper as well. You have to pack your own shit. That's not okay. So let me try and find. Let me try and find what I would. There we go.
You good?
For me, this is sort of pinnacle wingsuit.
3, 2.
This is the territory where this is what wingsuiting is about. It's also what will kill you. He's feet. He's feet above that ground. He's feet above that treetop. Caboose, I would, like, yeah, I would. It's called proximity flying. It's a specialty of wingsuiters. That's, if you want to look it up and find more of that, it's called proximity flying. And it is it's top tier. Goat, it takes a lot of money, but I'll tell you right now, most of the wingsuiters are broke as fuck. Most of the wingsuiters are not rich. Most skydivers, most base jumpers, and most rock climbers, most rappellers, most wingsuiters, most of the extreme sports athletes are broke as fuck. It's a drug, yes, but it isn't for rich people. Rich people generally don't have the discipline necessary to do that sort of thing. It takes, like I said, thousands of jumps. It's thousands and thousands of jumps. It's years and years of experience to get to that level, to be able to do that. Most rich people want it now. It's not a sport for rich people. It costs a shit ton of money, but it's not for rich people. Yeah, it's very much an interesting group. They live out of vans. They're weird, but love them. No, yeah, Jack. Yeah, you broke from buying gear, training, and traveling. Yep. Alex Honnold is one of the most. Alex Honnold is arguably the most successful free solo climber ever in the history of climbing. He lives out of his van. He is arguably the most successful free soloist to ever have existed. He had an Oscar-winning movie made about him, for fuck's sake, right? He lives out of his van. Yeah. Like, it is, these sorts of, I was about to mention Honnold, I was washing dishes, yeah. Like, this type of crew are basically broke-ass, like, hippies. They're hippies. They live a very, very bohemian lifestyle, by and large. They put no expenses into, like, what you would know. You're like, they're not paying for a house. They're not paying for a fucking diamond ring for a girlfriend. They're not paying for fucking X, Y, and Z. Because you know what? They have a fucking summer in Yosemite because they want to summit El Cap in record time. And that costs many thousands of dollars to do that. So fuck all that other shit. It's calling. It's a calling. It's very much a drug. It's a calling. Bunch of dudes chasing the dragon. Spot on, Goat. Yeah, it really is. And God, I wish I could get that dragon. I'm trying to get this body rehabbed. I'm not sure my forearms are ever going to recover successfully for me to solo again. But Cassidy, ooh, El Cap. Cassidy, I wish I could do silence. Does anybody know silence? I wish I could do silence. I do not have the skill. I do not have the skill. I've never had the skill. I never had the training, but silence is... silence is arguably the most difficult climbing route in the world, Caboose. It's a generally rated as a 9C. I'm not going to get into climbing route ratings because there's European and American and blah, blah, blah. There's a bunch of differences, right? Dig, I don't know. We'll see. Let me see if I can find, all right, here is the wall that silence is a route. Here's the wall. Okay? Here's the wall that silence takes place on. Oh, thank you, Goat. It is arguably it's the world's most difficult climb. It's a hell of a thing. Yeah. To summit silence is... Let's see if I can find... I'm sure Andra's done one. Yeah, Andra's done a climb.
It sucks. My wrist is still not 100% yet. I just started climbing, but very, very slowly.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know who this is Adam Andra, also arguably one of the best route climbers in the world.
Andra is
he's top notch.
The Road to Tokyo episodes that we
also you'll notice those arms. Like I want you guys to take note. Look at his arms. He is one of the world's best climbers. He has tackled silence, right? He's not fucking jacked, right? Like a climber's body looks different than a normal like bodybuilder or athletic body looks like. Vision, I've never actually done Adderall. Marcus, okay, wait, who fucking Fawn, thank you for the 420 biddies. Marcus, thank you for the 150 biddies. Yes. Yeah, yeah, Hoodie. He is an endurance athlete. If you're jacked as fuck, it does make it harder. Jack, 100%. How do I know so much? I'm with, hey, fucking Public. We're doing a capitalism, is that it? Fucking, thank you for the biddies, Public. Thank you for the 200 rainbow biddies. I've lived an interesting life, Vision. I lived an interesting life. I grew up in the mountains of Vermont. I've had lots of opportunities to do a lot of different things. Irresolution, thank you for the biddies. Skydiving, rock climbing, rappelling, whitewater rafting, double black diamond skiing before I was even the age of 10. I've done all sorts of extreme sports and blah 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 blah. Yeah, let's see. All right, so yeah. Adam.
But I came up with.
That's his girlfriend.
I bolted here another week. It should be somehow climbable, but I had no idea how. For the most of the time, I was.
All right, there's Crux One. There's your you see this route, this blue to red to blue. The red is referred to as Crux One, right? This is silence, right? This route that he's taking, it's all the way up, and so this is how we sort of measure. No, Vision, I'm in Las Vegas now. I now live in Las Vegas. So yeah, it's
not really trying.
This is just starting.
The whole route. All I was interested was the crux section. That is why I used a fixed rope to get to the start of the crux. How the hell could I use those holds to make them work? Then I had an idea, no matter how crazy and foolish it looked. Maybe I could try to climb the whole crux just feet first, hanging upside down. I invested more time into it, and it did turn out to be that this could be the way. By no means easy, but at least I could.
Okay. This is one of the world's greatest climbers. He was like, wait, maybe I can climb this feet first instead. Sorry, what? Yeah. His brain works differently than ours.
See the light in the end of the tunnel.
Oh, I'll tell you right now, Karina, everybody looks like they're packing.
You've
got underwear and or a jock strap, and you've got your shorts, and then you've got the bulge too, and it's all fucking just mashed together with a harness. Everybody looks like they're packing when they wear a harness. It does wonders for your self-esteem.
Seed was to throw my foot way above my head and try to jam it inside the crack. This foot jam is absolutely essential. It makes it possible to use.
Coach! Thank you for the sub. Marcus, I mean, I'd fuck him. I find Adam weird in the face, but like the rest of him it's a nice work.
Holds, which are actually not really holds. Like this one finger lock. This toe jam has to be absolutely perfect because you have to make 6 moves while you still have this toe jam.
You do understand the point of view here. You're not under him, you're above him. Right? Like when he's doing this transition here,
make 6 moves.
He's upside down. He's climbing vertically. Inverted. Yeah. He's now climbing arguably the world's hardest climbing route upside down.
Moves while you still have this toe jam.
Like I said, I wish I could do silence. This is a different level
First couple of days
existence.
were quite frustrating. I was dealing with different issues on the Crux 1, the hardest moves on the whole route. My foot didn't really want to get stuck in this crack, but then finally yesterday I managed to link from right below the Crux 1 all the way to the top. So to me this is a 9B plus link, probably even one of the hardest routes I've ever done, but it's still not a route yet. The real route needs yet to be done, which means going down from the ground and adding around 8B climbing to the start where I started yesterday. The crux itself was on the absolute limit of my capabilities, but still you have to get there by climbing 25 meters in steep overhang.
Well, the solution was to increase my ability to hang upside down in the knee bars. With more training, I increased my strength in the calf so I could hang in the knee bar upside down instead of 10 or 20 seconds, up to 2 or 3 minutes. Those 2 or 3 minutes made it possible for me to have enough power to have the chance to climb through the crux.
I don't know what his time is. Hey, Radhom. Fucking who asked? Jack, I don't know what Alex's time is because Alex is the only one who's ever, I'm sorry, not Alex. I'm sorry, Adam. Adam is the only one who's ever successfully climbed silence. I don't know what his time is.
After many weeks of trying, I had the
let me try and
perfectly dialed. Well, this footage might look like that it's not a real-time speed, but it is. I was just sprinting up the wall from knee bar to knee bar.
Yeah, caboose we are. Okay, Rad. It's been a weird fucking stream.
Today was my first try ever from the ground. The good thing is that I was really, really close to sending it. Frustrating thing was that I made a little mistake which caused me to fall. The next day, I did not really feel that this could be the day. Felt a little tired, conditions were not 100%. Everything was like automatic, without thinking. Bomb. I always visualize that once I'm done with the Crux 1, I'm not going to fall. But here I am, and I'm nervous. I don't almost want to be here. It's just too much pressure.
Exactly, Rad. Exactly. Hey, we did a capitalism.
Wait, do you think that anyone can just come up and say, well, I've established the next 9C? Yes, it is possible, but that person would probably not get any credibility. When I gave it 9C, I really tried to make sure that this is the real 9C. Well, if somebody
I would not want to be, let me see if I can find a photo of, come on, give me a distance photo. Here's him. Oh, yeah, there's Honnold. There we go. Here's Alex climbing El Cap. Alex is my hero. Adam is a route climber, and he's a harnessed or a gear climber. Alex is a free soloist. Bye, Dig. Take care of yourself. This is Alex Honnold climbing El Cap, and you'll notice he has no gear, no pro, which is protective equipment. He is up there with no safety net. Alex Honnold just climbs. And he holds the world speed record for a number of routes, including El Cap in Yosemite. The time, that is not the, I don't think that's the climb. He forgot his chalk bag. His chalk bag story is hilarious. Alex did get partway up a climb. It's a story Alex tells. About, by the way, Alex technically lives in Las Vegas. He's technically a local, but he lives out of his van. He's never lived in Vegas proper. He's partway up a route and he remembers he forgot his chalk, right? Imagine a climber forgetting their chalk, right? He gets partway up his route, remembers he doesn't have his chalk. So he just speed climbs to several other climbers who are, of course, using gear. Most people aren't insane like Alex. And just says, hey, man, can I borrow your bag? And the guy's like, what? He's like, yeah, your chalk bag. Can I borrow it? It's fucking Alex Honnold. Every climber knows who Alex Honnold is, right? It's like, yeah, sure. He's like, I'll leave it at the top. He just grabs the fucking bag, chalks his hands, and just zooms the fuck off. And he left the guy's bag at the top. It's Alex is a different breed entirely. Nobody quite understands Alex Honnold. It's that sort of thing. It's, what does it take to free solo El Cap? Ask Alex. He's the only one to do it. Right? I think he may have left $20 in the bag or something like that. He's a different person. He's a different type of person. And he's everything I love about humanity. He's everything I love in myself. Because I've done free soloing as well. It's a different experience. It's aren't these easy paths though? El Cap free soloed? An easy path? Holy shit, spoken like somebody who's never rock climbed before in their life. Oh my god, yeah, definitely an easy path. I'll take you up there. I'll take you to fucking Yosemite, and you can do El Cap with gear. I'll lend you the pro. You know, you can definitely take the protective gear up with you, and we'll see how easy it is for you. Yeah, El Cap's definitely an easy route. Yeah, show us how it's done. Fucking holy shit, man! Isn't it an easy? Fuck me. And by the way, they're not called paths, they're called routes. And no, it's not an easy route. Fucking Jesus fucking Christ. Hold on. Oh, you are adorable. Here's El Cap. Super easy. So it's a very easy path. Yeah. Yeah. You just zoom right up. Yeah, you just zoom right up it. Here's the height comparisons for El Cap. You'll see where the world's largest building is. You'll notice it's, you know, beneath El Capitan. Exactly, Marcus. Exactly. How does that compare to silicate trees? It's a little shorter. Is this the Top Gear one? Yo, yeah, of course I've seen it.
Obviously, we should.
Yes. Yes. Is too much Jeremy? I mean, that's difficult for me to say. I love Jeremy, but I mean, there's too much Jeremy and not enough Climber in this video. But yes, I've seen it non-binary. What measure would you say starts getting to nature didn't have this in mind for you type climbing? Mosh. Congratulations, you've hiked. It's literally it's a 10-hour hike up Half Dome. Congratulations. It's literally something children do. Wither, you get what's called a pulley injury on your finger. That's when it gets real. When the tendon goes ting, that's when you've gone too far. Yeah, it happens. It's fucking, ugh. Here's Half Dome. This is the most strenuous portion of Half Dome. This is the scariest portion of Half Dome. It's like this. If you want to know what it like largely looks like when you're hiking, here you go. This is Half Dome. Yeah, it even has stairs. Like it's a good rise. It's like 4,800 feet above the valley. It's a round trip of 16 and a half miles, I think, in total. If you do the entirety of the path. But it's something outdoorsy kids do. I mean, literally, there's kids that do Half Dome. It's no big deal. It's something that's, I forget what its rating is, but it's not difficult. The last portion is kind of sketchy, for some people, but honestly, it's not a climb. It's a hike. Half Dome is a hike. My dad and uncle did Half Dome. Yeah, exactly. Like it's literally nothing. It's nothing to brag about, especially in the same conversation as somebody like Alex Honnold doing this world record speed climb of a free solo ascent of El Cap, right? In the same breath as like, well, that's not that difficult. I've climbed Half Dome. Right? I complain getting up to go to the fridge to be a fat ass this vision. Fair enough. Yeah, you can climb the other side of Half Dome. But that's not what this motherfucker did. He hiked it. There, you want to see that run? Yeah, you use this. This is the Half Dome climb. Scary. Ooh. Mosh, I agree. What a terrifying ascent it must have been. Being a fighter pilot can't be that tough. I rode a roller coaster. Basically. Right? Here's what it looks like. Hang on. Here's the line of tourists. You notice how far back it goes? Okay? You notice how far back the line goes? You notice the line of tourists climbing Half Dome? Wow. Half Dome hikers. Would it be more impressive if I did it blindfolded while it was raining? It would, Vision. Yeah, 100%. They do, Kvoss. They do. Give me a Bitcoin. I once watched my dad install Windows. How hard could running a data center be? Exactly, tech support. Crimson. We migrated. We migrated. Fair enough. Non-binary. Wanachi? Awanachi? I'm not good with the pronunciations on that front. So how is that an instruct? God damn it. Thank you, non-binary. I just saw what you put in the comments, non-binary. Thank you so much. It's super nice of you. I played Operation the board game without any buzzing. How hard could open heart surgery be? Jack, the most dangerous part is probably getting fucking pushed around by some Karen fucking tourist. I once made the best bottle rocket in my class. Suck it, Elon! It amazes me watching somebody shit on somebody who did something amazing, like Alex Honnold free-soloing El Cap in record time. By saying I climbed Half Dome. Nurse, tweezers, I'm going for the funny bone. Alex is one of the most kind-hearted, generous, humble, fucking down-to-earth people you will ever meet. Everybody who meets him universally says he is just chill as fuck, right? He would never defend himself. He'd never defend himself. I would, if I were in the room where Alex Honnold was and somebody said that to him, Alex would probably laugh it off and fucking, crack some jokes or something. And I would be busy fucking elbow dropping somebody. Like I would be on his behalf. I'm like, Honnold would never do this. He would never fucking, you motherfucker, I'm taking you out for him, right? Like, fuck you. How dare you shit on, nobody helped him with that. Nobody did that for him. He's not bootstrapping somebody else, some other engineer's work. He's not stealing somebody's fucking idea and selling it as his own. He put in the fucking work. Right? He is a unique individual and he put in the fucking work and he did something no other human being has ever done. Right? And that piece of shit wants to degrade and demean and diminish. Oh, he's a free soloist only, Jack. He climbs occasionally with Pro, but he's a free soloist. Yeah. He free climbs by himself. Yeah, that's what Alex Honnold does. He is a different breed entirely. I love everything about the man. Like, legitimately. He is one of the, like, as climbing heroes go, yeah, I like him. Yeah. He's kind of the baddest ass motherfucker that's ever existed. Yeah. Yeah, I as far as rock climbers go, in my opinion, yeah. Like, we're literally living in the contemporary, we have a contemporary who is the greatest climber of all time. I mean, it's rare you get to say that, right? Like the best that has ever existed. Yeah, Alex Honnold. There's nothing quite like that. Yeah, it's a different scale entirely. Vision. That's some Tom Cruise level breath holding. So yeah, that's pieces of shit like that fucking who try and degrade actual accomplishment because they're a bunch of fucking bootlicking supplicants like that. Yeah, it annoys me a little bit. For twos. Wait, have to hold your breath to be in the closet? Oh. Yeah, it is, Hoodie. It is. Alex has started racking injuries recently. Last few years, he's had like a wrist injury. He like broke his wrist or something, I think he did. And yeah, he's started to have his injuries. He went on most of his career without injuries. But he started to rack up a few. Let's see. This is just, yeah, it's part of the free blast. You notice the route. He's got to go up and then down while going over. And he does it in record time. It's astounding to watch his work. If you guys haven't seen the movie Free Solo, it's like an Oscar award-winning movie. Go watch Free Solo. It is amazing. It's a work of art. This is super easy, guys. Cracks are easy. Remember what capitalism is liberty said. Cracks are easy. Some of the easier routes. This is easy. Later, Rumble. Later, Radhom. Cricks, you watched it in theater? Good on you. I would be down, Hoodie. I'd be down. Oh, Vision. His hands are fucking mitts. They're like catcher's gloves. They are ridiculous. They're fucking ridiculous. There's a series, it becomes Rumble. Exactly, Rad. Take care of yourself, Rad. Yeah, just straight callus. It's just straight callus. It's just a giant fucking callus. You want to see him, here. Here he is after a climb. You want to see a climb? These are his hands after a climb. Calluses, Caboose. Calluses. They put in the work so he doesn't end up shredding his hands. But trust me, he'll shred them. Yes, that's chalk, Crimson. It's chalk. Yep, Fawn, that is a thing they do. Oh, Peaky. I mean, how many of you know about the Pain Cave? Are any of you familiar with the Pain Cave? Okay, so it basically adds it absorbs moisture and creates an added little bit of friction, as well as acts as like a mild lubricant of sorts. So it smooths things out, but also gives you increased traction on slippery rocks. Yeah, friction coefficient. There it is, Rev. Okay, so the Pain Cave. Every athlete knows the Pain Cave. Every athlete knows it. Some get taught explicitly the terminology Pain Cave. You are going to hurt. You're going to hurt. Your ability to deal with pain is what defines you as an extreme sports athlete. It's what defines you as an athlete in general. It's what defines you as a human. But most humans seek out a life of comfort, right? An extreme sports athlete lives in discomfort. They live in the Pain Cave. Most of their time is spent in the Pain Cave. So you have to learn how to deal with it, how to process it, and how to use it. And so what would normally shut you down is just, as Aspen says, it's information for somebody else, right? Most people, when they hit the wall, they hit the wall. The job of an athlete is to hit the wall and keep going. Cassidy, I think that's why you and I can survive our current physical issues. I think so too, Cassidy. I think it's what makes us uniquely qualified to speak on the topic as well. Always remember that someone that's faster than light lives in total darkness. That's what my stepdad told me to do in the future whenever I get workout cramps. Cramps are one thing. You need to work the cramp out. Hoodie. See? Cassidy. Not a kitten in a hoodie. Also as well. Former distance runner. I'll say knowing the Pain Cave carries me many days with my disability. See? Hoodie gets it as well. Hoodie knows it. Cassidy is Tough Mudder and like Spartan Racing sort of territory, as well as a whole bunch of other stuff. Hoodie and myself, my credentials we've gone over, and I live with a pain disability, progressive neuropathy. Sorry. So yeah, Puka, like it's you channel it, you use it. Just because your thighs are burning doesn't mean shit. Right? Just because your thighs are screaming on fire doesn't mean anything. That just means there's lactic buildup, and you need to get your VO2 max. You need to get your VO2 turned over, right? You need to get some blood flow through them. You need to, it's the same thing as doing a knee hold on a rock, on a climb, on a route, and shaking out the hands, right? Like, oh my God, my arms are like the nitric acid buildup is, building up in my arms. They're starting to burn and hurt. You do a knee lock on a face and you literally hang there and flop your arms out to get the blood flowing again. You do what you got to do and you fucking push through. It's one of those things. Those are two different questions. Capitalism is liberty. Those are two different questions. What's the highest grade I've climbed? What's the highest route I've climbed? I've done free soloing. I've done just a little over 800 feet. Fucking. Oh, that was a hell of an experience too. U.S. Fucking British traditional grades, UIAA, USA, Norway, Australian, or South African grading. Because you don't know what you're talking about. Like there's literally like are you looking for a British trad? Are you looking for a UIAA? Are you looking for a USA number? What? Okay. Yeah. Don't try and talk about things you have literally no knowledge about. That's probably it's probably a better look for you, my man. Exactly, hoodie. Exactly. And to answer your fucking question, probably about a 5.12A, something in that territory, which would traditionally be like maybe an E5 by British traditional, something in that territory. E5, E6 British trad, US measurement, something like 5.12A, I think, something in that territory, maybe 5.12B. Yeah, it's been a bunch of years. Hoodie, I miss it as well. Holy shit, hoodie. I miss the rhythm, hoodie. The rhythm. Isn't it amazing, hoodie? The rhythm. It's so hypnotic. It's so clarifying. It's so beautiful. Oh, I miss it. Vision, why is he going so slow? You try not to, Yogi. You try not to. Wetness is a climber's enemy. It's over now. Super easy, guys. Super easy. Pay attention to this shot. You've already lost him in tracking. Where the fuck is Alex? Right? Super easy. Yeah. But those, you know, the crack ones are easy to do. But hey, he tried to climb a low grade in a gym one time, and it was, you know, kind of sort of not like, you know, yeah. Like, sure. The guy who knows absolutely nothing about climbing has comments. Oh God. Marcus, it's amazing. I will tell you right now, it is one of the most freeing and beautiful experiences. It is binary. It's clear. It's clarifying. When you're on the wall, when you're on a face, you have two options past a certain point of no return, right? You finish the climb or you die. There's very few moments in life that are as clear as a free solo climb. There's very few moments like that you will ever experience that give you that sort of clarity of reality and existence that keep moving or perish. It's that simple. Usually in modern day society, the only way you get that sort of experience is by going to war. That's the few times that somebody from a developed nation can actually achieve it. As far as El Cap goes, tech, you can actually go down the back. Or you can have somebody positioned up top and you can do a rope run back down. There's a couple of different ways you can achieve that. But it's so perfectly clear what you have to do. There's very few things in life that provide you with that level of clarity. Like this is the option. This or this. Done. It's religious. It's religious. At least for me. Right? Yeah, Marcus, sort of in that territory. Yeah. It's in the same realm, at least. So yeah, I miss it. Oh, I don't do caves. Hoodie. Yeah, I don't do caves. I'm not a caver. Fucking caving is, those fuckers are a different, after that one dude got fucking turned around and stuck and ended up fucking having a heart attack or some shit or an embolism and they buried him down there, I'm good. You know what? I do not need to get caught in a crevice beneath the earth and then like die of a fucking embolism and like, oh God, you know what? No, I'm good. That's not my way to go. Yeah, exactly, Caboose. I'm not claustrophobic either. Pass. Hard pass. That is definitely no, oh, God. I mean, we're not supposed to be fucking doing a lot of shit, Crystal, including all of the stuff we've been talking about for the last, like, hour. But it doesn't stop human beings, and that's what's beautiful about us. It did, Caboose. It took him several days to die. Trapped, like, partially inverted, head first. It's just, no. Just no. Yeah. This is one of my favorite photos. Honestly. Where is... Hang on. Look, the guy is problematic, but I still think he's amazing. Alright? Seriously? Alright. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. So here is here's the Burj Khalifa. Okay. Now, arguably, every one of these buildings is big as fuck, right? But I want you to take note of the Burj here in the background. Right. See how insanely high that is? Way up here. Little tippy top. That's Tom Cruise. Chilling, barefoot, atop that spire of the Burj Khalifa. Just chilling in the wind. And I've seen his interview on that. He was asked explicitly, weren't you afraid? No. He said, no, I really didn't feel fear. Yeah. Yep. He is all the way up there. Just chilling. I wish he wasn't a Scientologist so I could unabashedly admire the man. Because I do. I really do. Tom Cruise is a badass. He is. The Scientology stuff is so fucking obnoxious. It's like, dude, I so wish. Right? Like, because the physical commitment that man has, holy shit. It's difficult not to admire him, right? Like, this is a guy that when he was driving cars at 200 miles an hour around a track, got bored and took up skydiving, and so he started skydiving into work, right? He doesn't operate on the same plane as most people, and as somebody who comes from the extreme sports world, yeah, that's kind of the pinnacle. When you truly get it under control, when you truly rein those demons in, all of those animalistic impulses, that self-preservation instinct that you have that causes those nerves, that causes that shaking, that causes that adrenal response, when you truly turn it off, and you are able to turn it off and on and off, that's a different level of being. It really kind of is. It really, yeah. I wish he wasn't a Scientologist so badly, so I could just like unabashedly like stan Tom Cruise, because the shit he does is so impressive. It's so impressive. The work he puts in, right? Like, yeah. Right? Like, here's a shot from Mission Impossible. That's Tom Cruise outside of a helicopter he was flying. There's no backup pilot there. There's no shenanigans, there's no CGI, there's no trickery. This is Tom Cruise performing an aerial stunt in which he hangs outside of a helicopter he was just moments ago previously flying. You think your balls are big? You think you've got cojones of steel? You think you're the big dick on the block? You think you're a badass walking? Learn to fly a helicopter, take it up, and then get out of the seat, and then hang from the side for a time, and then climb back in. What's your confidence level? Oh, he absolutely does hoodie. He absolutely accesses his own insurance policy and his own production company sometimes because nobody else would ever assume the risk. Yeah. He absolutely does. Yeah. When they shut him down on one of the Mosh, because scene amazing. The scene's amazing. Right? Yeah. It's yeah. After they wouldn't let him do one of the climbing scenes in one of the early Mission Impossibles, he basically kind of started doing his own thing. It is. He ghost rode a helicopter. Yeah. Tom Cruise ghost rode a helicopter. I'm sorry, what? Yeah. Oh, you got out of your car while it was going fucking 2.5 miles an hour down the road. Oh, aren't you a badass? Tom Cruise got out of a helicopter. It's a whole other level. The dude, yeah. For extreme sports athletes, shit like that is just fucking masturbatory candy. We look at shit like that and go, oh my God. Like, I wish. Oh, in Tropic Thunder? Tropic Thunder, right? Yeah, Hoodie. He was the fucking agent. Yeah. Yeah. Honestly? Oh, you know, yeah. Like I said, the Scientology thing, God, I wish, because I, as an athlete, I love him. I love him as an athlete. But, yeah, that Scientology shit's super problematic. And, yeah, Crix, the plane scene. This. It was tethered, Karina. It had a fucking safety tether on it. Yeah, no, not CGI. That's just him hanging from the side of this fucking plane. Guy's batshit insane. Learned to hold his breath for 6.5 minutes. It's just the full. I'm so gonna get a fucking DMC on YouTube. There it is.
Have his hedge.
I slightly more.
Nobody cares about you, Simon. I'm sorry.
But so.
So, yeah, all of this. No, he didn't, Rev. He used free divers. A couple of free divers, record-holding free divers, came in and taught him how to hold his breath. And he tells an insane story about it. The scene took 4 minutes to shoot in its entirety. The scene is 4 minutes that they actually film. It takes 6.5 to do the setup, the clear of the bubbles, all of the film and like processing work that they have to do to film a movie takes about 2.5 minutes to get ready and complete. So the scene, total underwater amount of time is about 4 minutes that he has to be free of bubbles. He has to be free of gear. Peaky, it is one take. It is a singular take. They did several takes, but it is a singular take. It is marvelous. It's a marvelous thing to watch. And he tells this insane story about it, about how he got trained by these freedivers, and basically what you learn to do is override your autonomic breathing mechanism. You learn to take control of your breathing, like truly. You try and hold your breath. You will breathe. You will breathe. Long before you pass out, you will breathe. The pain will cause you to breathe, right? Freedivers learn various control techniques and methodologies to override their autonomic response to breathing. And he said, I learned this and I did it so regularly. And he said his heart rate is lower than a normal person's anyway. He's got a low heart rate to start with. He was sitting in a meeting after the shoot and he realized he wasn't breathing. He had to consciously breathe. He said, I had this moment where I was like, I haven't taken a breath in a while. And he said, I had to start getting into the habit of turning that autonomic system back on because he had disabled it, basically. He had bypassed it. This dude was sitting in a meeting and he wasn't breathing because he had basically defeated the autonomic breath response. It's insane. This guy he operates on an entirely different level. And you have to appreciate it. You have to appreciate the work, the effort, the dedication, the commitment it takes to do the shit that man does. Do we have... Oh, it's going to be a Graham Norton clip? Yeah, oh God. Do we have the clip, though? There it is.
There we go.
So it's keeping me up.
Okay, so here he goes. Look at that. Whoa, and whoa. Now, it's good noise, everybody. but you get my point that you think, how did you break a leg? So let's look at...
Instantly.
So you're down. Now, anyone else will go, well, that's over. No. Up he gets. Up he gets. And he's running.
He shattered that fucking leg. He broke his ankle. He shattered his ankle on that take. And what does Tom Cruise do? He gets up and fucking runs off. He finishes the shot, by the way. He runs off of the edge of the building on that just exploded ankle. Yeah, it's... His commitment is a different level of commitment to his craft than most people. Almost all people. Probably everyone. Tom Cruise is arguably the greatest action star of all time. Buster Keaton would immediately recognize the greatness. Buster Keaton would give mad props to this man. Yeah, he's probably Jackie uses a really good stunt team, and that's why I clause this. But Jackie is like Jackie Chan fucking, yeah, definitely the body destruction for sure. Tom Cruise doesn't tend to destroy his body as much as Jackie Chan ever did. Also, Jackie Chan has retired most of his activity. Tom Cruise is still doing it well into his fucking 50s. It's astounding the level of physicality Tom Cruise still does to this day. It's weird. Yeah. They're definitely worth mentioning in the same breath. I do think Tom Cruise kicks the shit out of Jackie Chan as far as it goes. Yeah. So, my take. Kind of off topic, but he's amazing in bed. Oh yeah, for sure. He's, yeah. I bet he performs. Let's just put it that way. Jet Li is like good martial artist. Jackie Chan's a better stunt performer. Yeah. Although, what's his name? The Ong Bak guy. Tony Jaa? I think it's Tony Jaa. Tony Jaa is a better martial artist than Jet Li and Jackie Chan combined. Tony Jaa is a badass. For as far as martial arts choreography, stunt work, that sort of thing goes, Tony Jaa is my pick. 10 times out of 10. Guy's amazing. Or he rage fucks. I would be surprised if Tom Cruise these days experiences rage. He seems pretty, dude. Everybody who fucking talks about him, like, he's got some weird Zen level shit going on now. Like, he remembers things too. One of the weird stories that people tell about, like, Tom Cruise is that, like, he remembers things to a degree that you would not expect. Like, he'll remember a story that was told by a key grip 7 years ago on a set about how his wife had a difficult pregnancy, and he'll see this same key grip 7 years later on another set and remember who they are and walk up and be like, hey, you know, how did that turn out with your wife? Is your daughter okay? Did it all pan out? And that sort of thing. He has a weirdly extraordinary memory. Like, from people in industry that tell these stories, it's really weird and fascinating to hear some of the Tom Cruise stories. He seems super invested in the crew and in his castmates, and he remembers things about you, and he makes it a point to follow up on them. And it's weird as fuck, but he seems to, like, give a shit on some level that a lot of us just don't. And he seems to have a retention level that is near unfathomable. So what I'm hearing is Tom Cruise is a superhuman. He kind of is. This is the freaky thing about the whole it doesn't do much for our cause with the whole Scientology thing, because Tom Cruise is kind of superhuman. He is. It's fucking weird as shit. Oh, well, I mean, yeah. Yeah, I mean, in that story about fucking Christopher Lee and fucking, what's his name? The director, like, that's not the sound they make. You know, make it a little more gurgle. It's like, you know, that's not the sound they make when you stab somebody in the back through the lungs. It's like, how do you know? Because I've done it, right? Christopher Lee's got badassery big dick stories like nobody. Dude, Christopher Lee fucking, that story of fucking, yeah, how the getting stabbed through the fucking chest sounds is crazy as fuck. Christopher Lee is the inspiration for James Bond. Christopher Lee is James Bond. You know that, right? Christopher Lee is James Bond. He's the inspiration for James Bond. Like, straight up. That's, yeah. Christopher Lee's life was, ain't nobody living lives like that often. Yeah, that's a one in a billion kind of story. Yeah, because he was real, Caboose. Princess, I think Princess. Princess. Yeah, Caboose, because Christopher Lee is real, right? When you, like, compare the two, you're like, you're a fictional work, and this motherfucker lived it, right? Like, how do you not? Yeah. Yes, that's it. Peter Jackson wanted Saruman to scream when Wormtongue stabbed him, and Lee corrected Jackson on how a person actually acts when they're stabbed through the lungs. Yeah, dude. Yeah, did a metal out, dude. Christopher Lee's life it's impressive. It's impressive. I have nothing but respect for the man. He wasn't really my cup of tea in a lot of avenues, but I mean, as a person, dude, I wish I could have lived Christopher Lee's life. Are you kidding me? Oh, Jesus Christ. Fucking this idiot's still at it. Good on you guys that are still... Kai just wants to stab a bitch. I mean, you know, who doesn't want to just stab a bitch? Good on you guys that are still arguing with this nonsense. I'd have stopped that ages ago. But, I mean, his name is Capitalism is Liberty. Capitalism is freedom from governmental restriction and control. Meanwhile, the state was fundamentally necessary in the formation and foundation and implementation of capitalism. Without statist architecture, capitalism doesn't exist. Freedom from governmental restriction and control, and yet the system fundamentally relies upon statist infrastructure. Sure. Capitalism is liberty. Oh, it's adorable. It's adorable. As we're on bad take day, I have one. Walada. What is the dictionary? You use a dictionary definition for a prescriptive economic term? That's stupid. Yeah, Marcus, I don't want a fence. I wouldn't mind to learn how to knife fight though. Two different disciplines, but I wouldn't mind. And by the way, I don't use the I don't use the Marxian definition. I use the Smithian definition. You know, the father of capitalism. It's much easier. But hey, you know, what does Adam Smith know about capitalism? Probably nothing. Hey, Aka. Yeah. Literally copied and pasted with the learn to pronounce noun in the definition set. Sweet. Adam who? Never heard of him. Kali's probably one of the best weapons martial arts. Even then it's a bit too theoretical, but eh. Would it, Cat, would it theoretically let me stab a bitch? Because if it'll theoretically let me theoretically stab a bitch, then Yes, Aka. I mean, I'd have burned 30K by now, but I don't have it. So Lexico, because that's Oxford English Dictionary. It's actually lexico.com. Mosh. Fair enough, Mosh. Rev. I'm fine with that as a definition. That's fine. All of our criticisms stand of capitalism using that definition. There's literally not a single criticism that we've ever launched against capitalism that isn't applicable within that definitional set. So I don't give a shit. Right? Private capital is a problem. Private property is a problem. The privatization of the commons is a problem. Capital ownership is a problem. The transition from mercantilism into capitalism is fundamentally a case study in how statist architecture is required for the implementation and maintenance of capitalism. It literally required it. There's no way around this. Fucking if you study the history of the conversion of the economic system in the New World from mercantilism to capitalism, and thus the induction of what was at the time rightly referred to as wage slavery. By the way, yes, I wrote this. You find that the express and direct input from the state was inherently necessary for that conversion to take place. This interventionism on the part of the state took many forms during the transition, from land development, price manipulations, protective tariffs, major subsidies, joint ventures with active government participation, direct government production, state-supported railway development using near slave labor, sometimes just full-on slave labor, in many cases which then bootstrapped into expansionist policies that further allowed for greater resource exploitation at a corporate level, creating railway tycoons, steel magnates, and the like. Combine all this with statist and corporatist repression of the labor movements all along the process, from Blair Mountain to the Pinkertons and on, and you begin to see the bigger picture. The fact is that capitalism in any of its forms is not only wholly reliant upon the initiation of force by the state, but could not have ever been created without it. The capitalist needs a statist structure to exist, and in the absence or removal of one will quickly create an ersatz state structure using private mechanisms instead. So there you go. Capitalism is liberty. Like, literally, history just proves you wrong. Anybody who's studied the transition into capitalism in the New World or the Old World understands this inherently. We've done 12 hours. Like 2 sections of that 12 hours is literally an elucidation, an elaboration, and an investigation into the transition into capitalism and how that works, how it worked historically. You don't exist without statist structure. You don't exist without the initiation of force on the part by the part of the state on behalf of the capitalists. And as I stated, if we were to remove the statist structure, you will create an ersatz version of it, a replacement. Yeah, if you paid any amount of attention in history class, you'd know this. I mean, no accounting for shitty history classes, but I mean, this is just history. I don't know what to tell you, my man. Like, you got to be dumb as fucking sticks to not know this history of capitalism. This isn't even some like crazy leftist shit. This is just stuff they teach in economics. Like, this is capitalism. No, you can't. The libertarian statist bullshit that all recognize the singular code of libertarian laws or libertarian rules will inevitably create a cabal or an actual a marketplace of monopoly. There's no way that you don't end up aligning and creating a monopolized force out of that. Just doesn't happen. The market forces alone would dictate that you go along with the primary drive of the cabal, right? Like, this is literally how it would work. You would either be driven out of the marketplace, or you would have force initiated against you using privatized police, privatized arbitration, privatized court systems, that sort of thing. Fundamentally, what you're creating is a monopoly. You're literally instituting a monopolized set of codes or rules just by instituting that. Like, literally all of your impetuses and profit incentives under a libertarian auspice would push you in that direction. There's no way it doesn't happen. And we've seen it happen time and time again. Like, this is just... I've spent hours talking about this shit. Like, homie. Oh, by the way, the person who just told you that all markets trend towards monopoly over time is a well-accredited economist and finance expert. right? Like degrees in finance and economics, right? Who's compensated handsomely by the market for his knowledge of these mechanisms of the marketplace and of economics and of historical and contemporary precedents, right? The person who just told you gets compensated probably more in a week than you make in a year, frankly, for his knowledge of these topics of capitalism. And he has stated unequivocally that markets trend towards monopolization over time, right? You're just wrong, my man. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Either way, is Buddhist still streaming? I think Buddhist is still streaming. Let me see who's still streaming. Oh, of course he said the NAP. Of course he did. It's a great idea in theory. A resolution. You're welcome. Thank you for being here. I mean, it's weird. It's just a fucking one old man screaming at the clouds. Hold on. Adam Smith knew about the problems that capitalism was wrought with issues that require regulations. Government's purpose within the framework of capitalism, according to Smith, and pretty much every economist today, is to regulate the market to prevent non-natural monopolies and to protect the public from natural monopolies. Fucking A. There we go. All right, let's do this again. Oh, thank you, a resolution. All right. There we go. Do this again. Oh, look, he's no true Scotsmaning capitalism again. I love it when fucking libertarians and ANCAPs try to no true Scotsman capitalism all the time. Oh, that's not real capitalism. That's not real capitalism. Fucking, that's not real capitalism. Fucking, oh, it doesn't. That's not the pure. That's not the inbred pure master race version of capitalism. Okay, hold on. I'm going to cancel this right again. Did you really say that? Wait, hang on. Adam Smith lived in a time of crony capitalism where Rockefeller and Carnegie's controlled government? My man, you're off by like 200 years or some shit. Like, you're off by a ways. Like, Carnegie was born after Adam Smith died. Yeah, he's off by like 150 years. Holy shit, you're fucking dumb. All right. Holy fuck, man, you are dumb as fucking rocks. Yeah, what's 150 years between friends? Holy shit, man. I canceled the raid for that. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude, people not fucking anything can be true if you refuse to read. Exactly. Fucking A, you are dumb, man. Wow. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Dude, you can't just hand wave 150 years. Yeah, third tries the charm. Yeah, fucking raid keeps getting canceled because capitalism is liberty is stupid. Oh my god. Oh my god. You just hand waved 150 years of economic, political, and theoretical developments. Wow. When did Rockefeller die? Born 1839, died 1937. Yeah, not even close. Like literally contemporaries. So, yes, no, it's worth reading. Wallata, just to have arguments and conversations with capitalist idiots. Anyway, peace out. Take care of yourselves. Fine on this one.